Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Hope you're having a great day. Steve coming at you. I just wanted to touch base really quickly and apologize. I know I'm a little late because I was having some technical difficulties and I needed to restart my computer and all that good stuff. But we're up and running now, and that's the good part. So I'm happy about that. Before I take switch us over to the legal bites, folks, and watch some of the legal um, uh, things they're going to talk about regarding yesterday's case. I'm going to just, for those of you who didn't enjoy us and weren't a part of that, and you're looking to get caught up and see what's going on with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Yesterday was really, really good day. Um, it was a rebuttal, another rebuttal day for Johnny's team. They had some great experts on board. They brought Dr. Curry back, who just totally destroyed Amber's psychologist, Miss, what's the name? Hughes, or we call it Karen, Miss Karen. And Miss Karen was ridiculous. And Dr. Curry, who is beautiful and smart and can really disseminate a lot of these really technical psychological evaluations in a very understandable way, absolutely destroyed Hughes. That was great. Really enjoyed that. That was cool. And then Johnny got on the stand, and direct Johnny was fantastic. On cross examination, Rottenborn, who Johnny has no love for, was being very, very combative. It got under Johnny's skin a little bit. There's certain things he did that I didn't really care for. I thought he was a little too combative at times. And then they kind of tried to gotcha with him with his text message about what he wants to do to this one girl's private parts. Johnny said, "I didn't send that text. That is not my text." And but they're saying, well, it was on your phone. But the issue is that there was an incoming text, so it may not necessarily be something he sent. It could be something he received because he was part of some group message. But he said, "I didn't send that text." So the fact that I think he's never used that "I didn't do that" shit before. He's basically said, "Yep, I used drugs. I did this. I was angry." They even showed a text that he sent to a friend about how Amber uh, got busy with Elon, and that's why she was able to get lawyers to get this whole TRO thing, temporary restraining order, against him, and how it was destroying his reputation. He was pissed in that text, and you could see he was pissed. And he said, "I was angry." He said, "I was very upset and hurt that she would do something like that." So he has been fairly straightforward. I don't think he's been completely straightforward. There's probably certain things that are hard for him to talk about, but that's the one time you're going to say, "That's not mine." And I think that'll give him some sway with the jury. We will see if the whole gotcha thing tried to affect him. Another great witness, though, they had, I think, Mr. Tremaine, who used to work for TMZ, and before he got the chance to testify, TMZ sent a lawyer on behalf of TMZ, but who actually sat with Amber Heard's lawyers, which is a little weird. I actually thought that lawyer was saying he didn't want Mr. Tremaine to testify because it could, uh, uh, you know, divulge certain practices that TMZ has as far as getting information. The judge disagreed and kicked the lawyer basically nicely out of the courtroom because she said, "You're not a party to this case. You haven't said you're a party to this case, so you really have no standing here." So the Tremaine guy was fantastic. He got up there and he basically, I guess they had operations where he couldn't come straight out and say, "I got the videos from Amber," or "We got the videos." He was a producer for TMZ. He's a former producer for TMZ. And he couldn't say, "We got the videos directly from Amber." But the way Camille questioned him on direct showed that there's nobody else he could have gotten it from but Amber. They did everything but say Amber's name. It was fantastic. And then on the cross examination, um, Elaine, who was just, God bless her, but Elaine tried to say, "Well, you're just looking for your 15 minutes of fame. That's why you showed up here." He said, "I'm actually putting myself at risk because TMZ is very litigious and they could come after me." He said, "I could say this for 15 minutes of fame, the same thing about you when it comes to, defending Amber Heard." It was awesome. And the audience in the court was laughing. It was fantastic. So that was really cool to see. I enjoyed that very much. Um, Great line by him. Um, and overall, I think it was a good day for Johnny. This is the last day of the trial before final arguments start tomorrow. Amber's team only has an hour and 16 minutes left. They got enough time to do some stuff with it. Johnny's team has about 7 hours left. So we'll see what happens today. The rumor is Amber's going to go back on the stand. Gotta hope so, because she's a horrible witness. She was her worst witness. She was her own worst witness. And yesterday, so many things, including Kate Moss testifying, all the lies that Amber told on the stand were just knocked out. Amber and her team of witnesses, were knocked down systematically one by one by Johnny's rebuttal team. It was fantastic. We're going to go ahead and go into legal bites now, see what's going on with those guys. And thank you guys for joining me. I'm excited to have you on board. This is going to be a fun last day of the trial. Let's go. Oh, sorry, sound.
Anyhow.
Everybody feels like it's the last day of
feed the chat.
Like, what are we doing here?
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Hello.
morning. All right,
Ian,
we've
who
got
was up all night, probably.
a court. We have a court feed here. There we go. There we go. We've got to have the Muffin Man in.
Sit in line for
Muffin Man,
There's Ian, front row. Blue suit, gray hair.
There we go.
Oh, that's right. The Law 2 folks have a couple of their
Team
own
Tennessee,
people
thank you for this very
in
generous
the
super chat.
courtroom
This
to give
predictions
us
for
a
today.
view
This
of
is my last super
what
chat
the
on this
jury's
week because I'm
reaction
going out of
is
town.
what's
But
happening.
thank you so much for your coverage. You rock. I know you've given up so much of your time, and it is appreciated. Well, thank you. And Team Tennessee, you have been so generous throughout
Nice
this
suit,
trial,
Johnny.
so I really appreciate it. I
You've
hope
been
you have
dressing like a boss.
a great trip wherever it is that you're headed, and that it's a good one.
I thought it was going to be because it would no longer make the username true if she goes on a trip. She's no longer Team Tennessee.
Yeah. I was in Tennessee yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
You were in parts unknown. We had no idea where you were.
We-
Could've been anywhere.
You said you were in an undisclosed location.
I had a couple at a layover and thought about barging in, and I thought, no, that shan't be done.
Hi, thanks so much for your generous super chat. He says, I believe, actually, I'm not sure who hi is. I believe it's confirmed that Amber's taking the stand today. That is,
Nice.
It's not confirmed until they yell her name.
Yeah, that is the only way it gets confirmed.
but
I
that
hope
is
she does.
that is what
I really
what
hope
we're
she does.
hearing. Andy
Yep.
Herrera says, "Good morning. Would any of you
Great
try
that
to
Amber
speak with
takes the
AH or
stand.
JD attorneys after the
Oh,
trial
Johnny
is
showed
over?"
up. They always show up.
Of course, absolutely would.
And he listens to reggae loud.
He does. He likes to blast it. That's his walk-up music.
It should really be No Woman, No Cry at this point.
Will he say it's just family
Oh,
members?
No Woman, No Cry would be a great song if he was
I
blasting
mean,
that.
as long as we're going to send messages, right?
Oh man.
He wins, maybe he'll blast that on the way out of the court.
Can we talk about the fact that they're both wearing gray pantsuits today?
I love John Ray, I have to say. Yeah. I like it very much.
He did say related to. Oh my goodness, he feels good.
Yeah.
Should feel good.
I wonder how happy he is that today's the last day.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody involved in this isn't happy.
I'd be
that
happy
it's
today was the last day,
of
probably.
testimony, one way or the other.
It's okay. You're on home tomorrow. You get to go back to the hotel, get the massage, and a
For
mega
real. I'd
pint.
be doing
You
the same
deserve it.
thing.
I mean, technically, after testimony, they don't even have to be there, right?
Yeah, I guess, but it's like
You
you really don't
should.
want to be there during the
You
closing
should be there.
argument.
I hope he
It's
stays.
that look.
Parties need to be there for.
You need to be there till the jury goes back.
Yeah. Yeah, because otherwise the jury's going to look at that and say, well, I'm here. Why aren't you?
I think they'll be there tomorrow, but I don't think they'll be there for the
He'll be there
deliberation.
for the last
She's
day.
also wearing gray. Did they get a
They're
memo? Did she
really
get the memo in
matchy
advance?
matchy right now. Like really
Yeah.
matchy.
I mean, that couldn't have been intentional.
Do we have any?
Not on Johnny's part, at least.
Okay, sure.
If anyone, we know who's been matching.
Look at the clock, 9:00:36. I'm ready to start court, man.
She's
I love
on it.
this woman so much.
There we go.
That judge is very punctual.
She's the best.
All right, so who do we think Johnny Depp's last witness is?
It's the flight attendant, right?
I don't know who it is.
Okay. That was what I thought it was going to be.
I've seen the flight attendant on the list, but I haven't heard anything to confirm it. I mean, if Court TV has also not been, they've not been batting 500 or even 200, I think, on a lot of these matters.
That's
So,
bad. Not even
yeah,
back to 200.
we'll find out momentarily. Oima, thanks so much. Thanks so much for your generous super chat. It says, I had a deep sense of longing for H&H today, but I guess I'll survive. LOL, last day of
I
testimony.
like Elaine in
Let's
this.
end it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let's end it with a bang. Thank you for your dedication and
Interesting. She's
professionalism.
dressed
I don't know
very
how to.
similar to
I have to
Johnny
figure
today.
out how to communicate
How did that
that
work?
I'm not doing an episode today. So I'll work on that, Oima. Thank you so
Kind of
much.
creepy. She got people watching him at the
I was
hotel.
gonna
No,
say,
it
I like
does.
Elaine in this soft eggshell blue that she's got going on. She's wearing happy colors in the hope that maybe it will make her feel happy. You know, wear what you want to feel and project. So hey, why not?
Get up on the stand.
So,
Get up on the stand again, Amber. You were a disaster last
Have fun
time.
in Gatlinburg too in Tennessee.
yeah. That should be fun.
I will still be in Tennessee. I'm sorry for implying otherwise. I love it. I love it.
Speaking of travel, Law Talk with Mike, I'm going to be up in Chicago June 11th. You going to be there that weekend?
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's go have a cocktail.
Love it.
Seriously.
Just set
Yeah,
up plan.
let's do it.
Yeah.
What are we discussing, Judge?
Well, what are we
What are
talking
you doing in
about?
Chicago? Well, I mean, you don't want to say.
Just traveling, having some fun.
Some of the
No, you're right. This
like the
has been
stronger
really good
lawyers,
for
Amber's
this PR.
team
We
has
did our 2
Rottenborn
weeks.
is a pretty strong
We're going to
arguer.
call some more witnesses.
Camille and
Well, I mean,
Jane
it's not
Stower,
the full
strong
boat.
arguers
So we got
when they
Rottenborn
were
up
in front of the
there.
judge.
We have one
Some
of
other
the
people
younger
are
Johnny Depp lawyers
Johnny's
there, and
team
we have
less
Camille. So
Camille smile. She seems kind of happy. We'll see what happens.
Okay, I'm not going to move these.
How do they decide which judge is going to do which case?
So I talked about this briefly yesterday. She inherited this case from the previous Chief Judge Bruce White, who wrote the opinion that kept it in Virginia. The Chief Judge assigns it, generally speaking. They're given random assignments at first, and the Chief Judge can make special assignments. I think she kept this one because it was kind of a shit detail. Like, you don't want to be on this
Oh,
case.
so she's the chief
Yeah.
judge.
I wonder
Got
why.
to keep it.
Because you're under a microscope and
what,
and like everything that goes wrong. Yeah.
what was wrong? What did she respond to the TMZ lawyer with? Which is like, this is an unusual circumstance. I think she says, "Tell me about it" into the microphone.
Yeah.
She had some zingers.
Jury's
yesterday.
coming in.
She's also feeling like it's the
Yeah,
last week of school.
That what you guys saw yesterday with that motion argument, that's how she usually is in court, when she can relax and jab back and forth with lawyers. Like,
Your
that's
next witness?
so much fun.
No, you're just a snarky guy.
Dr. Richard Gilbert.
Dr. Richard Gilbert,
Okay.
Johnny's last witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law?
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Well,
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency.
had his
And for a year thereafter,
surgeon on here. I wonder
did a hand and upper
why
extremity
this guy's
surgery
the
residency
last witness.
fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
In terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
So again, I limit my practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself. And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendonitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately 10,000, maybe a little less.
Where are you currently licensed?
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed in New York?
I've been licensed in New York since 1994, so that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am
It was my
board
charger.
certified
I
by
needed
the
it,
American
sorry.
Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification?
2002.
20 years.
And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
In what professional organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the American Association of Orthopedic Surgery, and the American Society for Surgery of the Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Miles Heffernan, thank
Have
you. This is
published
very
any
generous of you.
articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Angels wings, thank you.
Your Honor,
Very
this
good.
time,
If any of you having trouble hearing, let me know,
an
please.
expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
So, Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
And to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger. And he describes that the vodka.
That's a nice suit, Johnny. It's a nice suit.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landmine and at anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Based on your review of the medical records and other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's finger injury, how would you describe the nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
Well, the nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning it was a fracture.
He's here to rebut what Amber's medical
pieces. So this
hand
is
specialist
some
said
type
about
of
how
force with
Johnny's
a
finger
high
was
mechanism
injured.
of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Let me take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 60.
I'm going to show the finger again. I'm going to apologize because the finger is really gross.
To go to page 3.
If they show that injury this bad.
And Dr. Dillard, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are 2 radiographs, X-rays of Mr. Depp's finger,
X-rays.
his middle finger.
They show the picture of his actual finger when you can actually see it cut open and see down the hole of it. My apologies.
Any objection? All right, well, identified as 60, page 3, and
Should probably just be X-rays.
And Dr. Dillard, sorry to cut you off there. Can you just tell jury what we're looking at here in this X-ray?
2 X-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury, and towards the tip of the finger, there's a fracture. Again, what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these X-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can you just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So a vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Hurd?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or hard object, it is extremely rare to see injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly at the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpal. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that a blunt force, solely blunt force against a wall would result in soft tissue loss.
See on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Hurd described.
So if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed. So this is the dorsal in the back of the hand as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed. And those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare. So you would see either loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
In your view, is the injury? Can you explain?
I wonder how much
exactly
time
why you think the injury,
Amber's team is going to spend trying to impeach this witness. They only have an hour and 16 minutes.
Well, again,
total
his
for today.
hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically, the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well.
Correct.
Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes, but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that you, well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hands on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there's a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there's also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directed force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directed force. But certainly either are plausible.
Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Well, he also described that this was definitive. Well, he thought that this was a pinching, or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges, it was not jagged. And generally, when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever. And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss, and just to make sure we're on the same page, can you just tell very quickly what you're referring to there?
Right, so there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
And basically, an orthopedic is what we're wanting here.
The bottle might not have sufficient
Right, he's an orthopedic surgeon.
to cause the injury here. Is that your understanding of this testimony?
Correct.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a mortar or is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ted. Thank you very much. Very generous.
Just another witness saying how Amber's lying, but it's fairly obviously she
It's
lied.
certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of broken glass in Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries, and I would say probably the majority don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if, say, a wine glass would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see the glass. But you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gill.
Good morning.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Ms. Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So when you were just talking about Ms. Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
You're aware that Ms. Heard testified, and this is from your deposition, you're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
No, I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Ms. Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that, correct?
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
They're both wearing gray with brown. Like it's identical.
Can we get a memo in advance this time?
I don't know, but did you and Nurse Liz coordinate?
Obviously.
Well,
I really like this. I mentioned at the time when I had
Dr.
that.
Gilbert, you gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to
Correct.
tell the truth, correct? Please turn to page 61, please.
Are we all wearing the same color tomorrow?
4 pages per
Yeah.
page.
What color are we gonna wear?
Probably blue.
Okay.
Your color?
Yeah.
yeah, that's actually not a bad idea.
On page 16 of the document.
I was thinking of wearing a sweater and a hat.
Okay, line 9.
Blown away.
You're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question.
It
that's
looks good
line
on you.
9. Can you read that, please? Answer: I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question: and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer: I mean, I'm aware that. Well, I'm aware from reading. I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question, but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Hurd that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, so that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured.
Correct.
Correct. But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from.
Correct.
But she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't. There's no allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
Correct.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail. Correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of that is that you believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there, and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please, on page 7.
This is definitely a valuable use of time. Let me tell you what.
So page
25, 26. So it's page 7 of the doc. Okay. Sorry if I was unclear on that.
No problem.
Maybe they're doing this deliberately, so Amber won't have very long to testify.
Okay. Line 18, question. And to be clear, by, quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmar side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmar side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the course of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here, but
He just said it likely did.
why do you believe
What
that? Have you read
what are we doing?
anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
Correct.
That was testimony you gave under oath a month or two ago, right?
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testify to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified.
In
That's
fact,
not.
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Pretty good last answer.
Great.
Dr. Gilbert, just very briefly, the absence of other cuts on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury, and I would say any other host of mechanism of injuries, you more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example. If you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottom or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Can you see don't say foam kick in there?
Bruises or other injuries on the hands, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis of that?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against the wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
And your discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Heard's statements?
No.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom when you're free to go. Thank you. You can sit there, that's fine. Thank you, sir. All right.
Yeah, I thought that was a lot better. He was making it clear that you can't know how something happened.
Claim for the rebuttal case. All right.
John Depp is resting
Send it
his
to counter
entire
claim.
case.
Rebuttal case.
Woo. Say the words. Do it.
Now, when they brought the first doctor up, I said, all they did was say it didn't happen the way Johnny said, but they did not try to boost her version of events whatsoever. And that's very telling to me. It may not mean that much to other people. In fact, the chat didn't seem to like it. But for me, and I do this all day, that's big.
Yeah, I mean, they have not tried to advance an actual theory of how it happened. If you really look at what they've put forward, and they even backed off just now from Amber Heard's phone theory, which is wild because they've spent so much time establishing that there's a phone on the wall, and like it doesn't. They don't advance any actual theory of how he got his finger hurt. If you actually look at everything that's in this case.
I liked the impeachment. He asked him, "Do you know if that Amber Heard said she didn't know how it happened?" He said yes. Then they impeach him with his prior statement saying he didn't know how Amber Heard, whether or not Amber Heard knew.
Yeah.
Like, okay, thanks for that.
Questionable
I would have
decisions.
objected and said it's cumulative and not not necessary.
Yeah, that impeachment was weak. That was a pretty good, credible doctor.
The whole thing was kind of weak. I mean, like,
it's a weird last witness, but hey.
Orthopedic surgeons he was a good example of an orthopedic surgeon who's like a legit orthopedic surgeon. Yep. People skills, not as much, but very, very good at their job.
Nurse Liz with the real talk.
Yeah. So it's hard that he was the last one because you're kind of like, ooh.
Well, he didn't have the gym bro vibe that you get from the orthopedics. So,
but that's what you want in an orthopedic surgeon.
The first ortho said basically, if you assume the injury came from the top, there was no injury to the nail. Okay, but we're not assuming it came from the top. That's the whole fight right there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought he was good.
I agree.
He's not going to win any cocktail party awards, but
no.
But you don't want. That's why I always tell people, I'm like, if you go to your orthopedic surgeon and you have a good time and like have a nice chat, go find a different one probably.
Yeah.
You want the one like this.
I've never
that's
heard that before, but that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
The doctor's relatable. You're fired.
Exactly.
Well, he had one while he's working on Rottenborn's Cross where he just looked and waited for the next question, and it can only be described as a shit-eating grin. I was like, okay, so that guy says doctor all over him to me.
And even his like credentials were a lot more like he was on boards specifically to his specialty, but they were like boards that serve educational purposes within the Society of Medicine versus like other people who sit on like hospital boards, like things like that. So he's much more of a an actual like I'm doing the job type of dude. I think.
I just don't think Amber got to money middle on the bottle. I think it's you don't advance a real theory, and vodka bottle seems to make sense. You have to assume like the hand might have moved a little, maybe, but like if you're being actively cut by a slice of glass, I could, hey.
I was so frustrated on the first one because I would have brought this out in cross, but if I knew I had a rebuttal witness to say it better than that, I would have done just what they did. I think they handled it well.
Yeah.
It seems like now they're going back and just saying like, oh, she was just asleep the whole time, just sleeping. No.
What's interesting about what this fight is about, Your Honor, they can't take 7 hours across.
Yes, they can. It's Vasquez cross.
We have to be very careful about scope. There's Dennison. He's expecting an expert, right?
Yeah, interesting.
All right, rebuttal evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Murphy?
You call Mr. Julian Acker.
All right. Mr. Acker?
Julian Acker.
The probability of Amber Heard testifying is going down dramatically.
Well, they have whatever that cross spent, let's call it 10 minutes. They have about an hour.
Yeah, an hour 5. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Does that include argument?
No. Closing arguments are on their own timeline tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, I'm jumping off and going to the office before this guy starts testifying. See you guys later.
Practice some law, Rob.
Julian
Yeah.
Ackert. And can you please describe your educational background following high school?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of Virginia.
What is your profession?
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
I'm a managing director at that.
How quickly can you qualify?
very
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis,
Now, this is
data
rehabilitation of their
analysis,
photos.
electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data collections in a forensically sound manner, extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence, an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery area?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
What, if any, professional certifications do you have?
I have a GIAC GCFE, that's the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
What were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to pass a test with a certain degree of, a certain percentage of passing.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is a group of legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Acker?
Ackert, A-C-K-E-R-T.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected in that image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
And what, if any, applicability does hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance. For example, if I had a Word document that I printed and then saved, therefore I haven't visually changed the Word document, the metadata of that Word document indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
Can you give any examples of digital photographs that visually appear the same, not hashing?
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on what you do with the photograph. So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your phone, you choose to use a small, medium, or large, or different size of the photograph on your email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
And what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's 2 types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that the software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
What is Photos 3.0?
Photos is actually the software application that's built into the Apple Macintosh operating system for laptops. This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Metadata is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account, or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your devices. So the photo that was originally taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design of Apple. And that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software EXIF metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671? Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
What is it? Without yet saying what the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish Defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart is? And Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up. Great.
Thank you. This chart represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Heard's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Yes, I do.
What does the information in that column mean?
This is the date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
You just scroll to the next page, please, Michelle. Please continue for the items on this page.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the, all the way to the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart?
Yes, I do.
And where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified for Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of this same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show photos in the software metadata and rather showed the iOS version in the metadata.
And what do the little A's followed by numbers back up? What does that mean?
Those are evidence IDs. Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud. And those are coming from an iOS backup in iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675, please? Defendant 1675. And do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
Yes, I do.
Without yet getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of my findings.
Permission to publish defendant 1675 is a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1675, we publish this demonstrative.
Can you please describe in more detail what the 3 columns you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are 3 different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
When he's rolled, that's
Do
actually
you
not
see the
fully
source type
accurate.
column
Yes, I do.
and the source details column?
It
Yes,
wasn't
I do.
applied
Can you
attention.
please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the IDS evidence number is the evidence number that we assign to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671?
The photos are an element of her counterclaim. They are.
And they also are able to respond to their metadata expert as well. That was just brought up in his counter or in his
So,
rebuttal.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe the relationship between these 2 demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on the left, you can see in the 4th column the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop, same with A0012 and 13. You can see this again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30, taken on December 16th, 2015. And he was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that, showing the software version of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad. And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
Mr. Acker, you can take this down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, sir.
Do you think they were trying to
Thank you,
bore
Your
us
Honor.
into a coma?
Good morning, sir.
So we
Good
forgot
morning.
about the surgeon?
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before,
Give or take, yes.
for more than a dozen
This
years.
doesn't actually rebut the most damning
Those
stuff,
20
so-
probably would have
No.
been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
Now, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Neumeyer didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes,
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
yes,
Right. And you'll agree with me that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
no.
No?
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Okay,
That's what I
so
just asked,
you-
but okay.
what you were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay.
Dr.
Are you
Nusri
prepared to
Rajan, thank
swear
you.
under oath
Very,
that each
very
and
generous of
every
you.
photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that. There were multiple photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, will you pull up defendant's exhibit?
I have no opinion
712
as to whether they're authentic because
and
no one has
defendant's
testified that they're not authentic. What point
713
answer is
next
that?
to one another. Your Honor, these have already been admitted, and I ask that we publish it to the jury.
Okay, if they're admitted, we can publish.
What that means is they have not paid me to have that opinion.
Can you see
Yeah,
this?
I know.
Yes, I can.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right, we can take that down. Mr. Gibson, can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1308? This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a demonstrative.
All right, be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I would
Go
object
for
it's
it, buddy.
cumulative, Your Honor.
Those are definitely different things. yeah.
Actually, no, no objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
1308 is in evidence.
That was funny. That was funny.
Mr.
It's
Gibson,
cumulative.
can
No,
you
it's not.
blow
We're
up
cool.
the time, date, and file name? Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agree that they were visually different. Yes.
Right.
Are they
So they're
really
two visually different photos.
visually different?
Well,
I
that were
mean,
created
yes,
at
only
the
in
exact
tone.
Same
It's visual.
hour, the exact
Yeah, one of them has an
same
Instagram
minute,
filter.
the exact
also
same
visual.
second as each other. Correct?
And that's what the daytime metadata shows. Yes.
Man,
And the
I'm going to make those Team
metadata
Dennison
shows
t-shirts. I'm going to send one to
something else
Joe.
too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How would you have this jury decide which one is real?
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field, but I think that's what
a good question.
even Mr. Neumeister said, that you need to look at the software metadata field.
But we have two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
I see that.
No further questions.
You got him.
Just for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay?
That's the most damning stuff.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, for which you are responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, based on all of
any
the
reason to
photo
think they're
metadata
fake?
you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Acker, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
They have not.
And is it still your testimony that the opinions you testified to do today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. All right. Did you want to approach just for a moment?
I can tell you how you have what, a half hour tops left.
Yeah. I tell you, the Dennison
Yeah.
was perfect on that, in my opinion. I know I'm going to get yelled at by Joe eventually, but I thought that he was perfect.
It was
good. He actually
was
had a short cross. A short cross. It was good. I was happy with that. And anytime you can, for lay people, when it comes to an expert witness, anytime you can show the grokked version, like we're gonna grok our way through this, like showing photos side by side. These are two different photos, right? Okay. We can show the metadata on this to show that these are two different images. Remember that they're basically the same thing, just two different Instagram filters, essentially.
Why it's so perfect, right? You get to remind the jury they just saw this. You get to remind them that they're entered in as two different times. Here's the data that shows they're the same time, and you can look at them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those. It's like it's hard to ignore that kind of evidence.
That was just nice because he, I as best I could tell, he was saying things that made sense in terms of where they were coming from and moving through the ecosystem, but like so in the weeds, so technical in the middle, and didn't even seem to really respond to the main issue, which is like these things can be edited, right? And like it appears that they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do not see how he helped Amber Heard whatsoever.
And that's the issue with an expert witness too, is that like, I mean, we've talked about this many times throughout this trial, is that an expert witness is not exactly a magician. They have to be able to translate it to a lay person.
Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr.
Oh
Hughes.
no.
Dr. Hughes.
Oh no.
Dr.
Oh,
Hughes
here we go.
returns.
Wow. Okay. I'm ready for a
Okay.
Dr. Hughes redemption arc. Let's go.
Chances of a doctor's intervention are approach zero.
Thank you, doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And could you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. And I evaluated Amber Heard over 6 visits for approximately 29 hours.
And why are you here today?
To offer rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Now, Dr. Curry said
Good luck.
you used proper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please explain.
As I testified to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and tests and external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are 3 sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98 percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things. So let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes. So,
addressed?
yes. I think it's Thank very you. responsive. So that's the broadband measure that has
like
the
your
Libby
opinion,
scales
Elaine.
built into it that gives us indications about how the
Did you see how
individual
Dr.
goes
Hughes
about the
called
test.
Dr. Curry by
I
her
told you
first and
last
last
time that
name
there was
without
no
doctor?
evidence of
Throwing some
malingering
low-level
or
shade. I did
exaggeration or
not
feigning
notice
on that
that.
test. What Dr. Curry
I'll tell
was
you what, if
talking
Dr.
about
Curry's
was
ever at
this
one of those
tendency
trauma
to put your
conferences
best
where
foot
she's
forward
president, it
to
should be fun.
minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are 2 other measures that we look at that to say, you know, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not.
What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the 4 scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor.
Specific—
May we approach?
Yes.
Macy, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Really appreciate it.
So there's like no way.
And
for
I'm
a
sorry that,
layperson-
and I'm sorry that you're a current plaintiff in a case. I know that's stressful. So hopefully it turns out well. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
no, not at all. Yeah, battle of the experts. I mean, this is the problem. This is what I said yesterday, which is that she's just saying Curry is flat out wrong. Curry is saying Hughes is wrong. And a layperson has no ability to evaluate this at all.
Except for not
I'm gonna
no
evaluate it.
ability.
You'd evaluate it?
They evaluated according to the way that it's being explained to them. My
get
problem with
that.
Dr. Hughes is she went right into alphabet soup, and I don't know about you guys, but I can't really follow any of that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I
I'm
mean.
calling this a TKO for Dr. Curry. She's more likable, and her opinions were much better articulated and make more sense. Plain and
Mike,
simple.
To a
I'm
lay
not saying
person that has no other understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with you, Mike. And I would go with Dr. Curry as
Dr.
well.
Curry, let's
But
move
at the
to
bottom
the
level, the
TSI
science, I
2.
can't
Dr.
judge
Curry
that when they're just
testified
yelling at each other.
about your findings on that. Did
Justin
you agree
DFX,
with her
thank you. This is
testimony
very,
yesterday?
very generous. of you.
No,
Just
again,
describe why. Explain why.
what Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not
Wow.
use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she
Wow.
then is therefore not qualified to interpret it.
Damn.
That score,
Jeez.
the one that's elevated, she's talking about that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of maybe there's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those memories and not think about them. And then relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer measure malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something that MFAST is not for malingered PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used. That in a study that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
Right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS 5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS 5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, none above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
Right. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation of that?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It seems it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of ability scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical
What's in the
assessment.
manual?
And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay. And please explain.
Yes. So I said that before. My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong. And I think
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the issue we just addressed.
I don't.
If you want to approach.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't think it really does much to put the ball forward for Amber's case for her to just say everything Dr. Curry said is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Just
and to give very technical reasons why, because the jury is not going to really be able to follow that. But what they can follow is the other explanation. So they have nothing more logical to them to follow.
Objection misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who are struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course, I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
Well, that's the first time I think
Next
we've heard a
question.
narrative objection all day, all time.
Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists and a couple of tests that you misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists, using all that data. That is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
And just to remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology.
I should hope so.
Specifically in domestic violence and in the, no, I just lost it.
Oh my goodness.
And in violence, correct? Intimate, and in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
Dennison, you dog.
Probably should do that. You were qualified. I gotta find my notes.
She can't find her page with what the
You were
qualification
qualified
is.
as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
They should still
Yes, Your
have
Honor.
20 minutes
Can
for
we
Amber
approach quickly?
if they need it.
They even have 20 minutes?
I think they have 20 minutes or so.
I'm surprised they have that much.
Yeah.
Yikes. I feel like that would have
Maybe-
been way better if they just went into how psychology and psychiatry is like not super an exact science, and just said like we came to different conclusions rather than being like you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Agreed. And
yeah.
especially with the tone that she has.
Yeah.
This like she's got such a condescending, like haughty tone
Yeah.
about like, well, she doesn't have all these credentials, and therefore she's not qualified to have opinions on this
Yeah,
stuff.
she's not qualified. That was interesting.
I'm
You know,
not
it's funny
inviting her to
because
my party.
Dr. Curry's so believable. I think that Nurse Liz, that makes a lot of sense, that you want to start saying, no, it's easy to make this mistake. So,
Yes.
and then blah, 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 blah. And, oh no, it's just, that's slightly mischaracterized, blah, 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 blah. Not like she knows nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. To say like, well, she's, it happens often, but here's how she's mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reasonable psychologists or psychiatrists could come to that conclusion, but this is why it's wrong.
Reasonable psychologists can differ.
Yeah.
Reasonable
And that's like
psychologists can differ. All right, there's a mug. Hang on.
Yeah.
Reasonable psychologists and Dr. Hughes can differ.
Morning, Mr. Dennison.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Your disclosure reads, Ms. Hurd's responses on the PCL5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
Ooh, is it the
Yes,
manual?
let's read the manual. Why don't we?
As a gamer, I love to read the manual.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm guessing it'll say you need to administer this test before making the diagnosis, and it'll be good.
It's got to say that, right? Realistically.
Any
Mhm.
objection to 1311? All right, you want to lay, you want to approach?
And that's why she's so cranky. She knows she didn't do her job right.
Well, she seems like the kind of person that, did the job maybe right-ish, but didn't do it by the letter of the law, and then she's going to get called on it pretty hard here.
I'm all about rightish, though. It's
Well, I mean, to some extent, like that's true, but she's so haughty, and so Dr. Curry is the worst. That all of this is legit. Yeah, and I like this. We want to talk about redemption arcs. I would argue that Hughes is the only loss, the real loss that Dennison has here in terms of expert witnesses, and he gets another step up to the plate.
He does. He does.
And if she was more likable, then people would be willing to be like, if you were like, hey, these are the guidelines, you'd be like, well, in my experience, I was also pulling that into it. You'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But now, since no one likes her, you're going to be
They're
like,
getting the right one up.
Yeah, we got it.
you didn't follow the rules.
Let's use 1312.
1312. Okay. And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish the PTSD checklist for DSM-5.
That's correct.
That what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Right. Look at the manual.
All right. And are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL5.
I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 and evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph on the right? The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool.
Sure.
When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g., the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis. Correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis.
So the
after
answer is
somebody
yes. The manual says you
Still
the
need to use
PCL-5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Let me finish my question. The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said we should read the manual, but you also agree with me that we need to read the direction.
Nice.
Tom, can you pull up 1309 as a demonstrative?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any objection of 1309 as a demonstrative?
May we approach?
Okay.
May we approach? We find.
Anybody else think that they're
phone
scoring
now.
any points on Amber Heard's side right now?
No.
The big problem between Curry and Hughes, as we said, is likability, and also we watched Amber Heard testify. So, Dr. Hughes' position that she doesn't exhibit the things Dr. Curry warned us about is silly.
Yeah.
I think they're going backwards. This cross is really very good in its way.
Yeah.
1309 and post the jury as demonstrative.
Yeah, leave the last taste in their mouth with Dr. Hughes or Amber
Dr.
Heard.
you
That sounds like a brilliant plan.
recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you.
I mean,
Okay, so we're gonna cover the old
Yes,
ground.
but I
here.
didn't put the red lines
you
on
can have
that.
the anchor be
No, I
a
didn't.
true
Yes,
anchor.
no.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Heard to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right, this is the conflict tactic scale too.
And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right,
oriented
and
the
you
individual
know-
to not
okay,
limit herself to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right. I'll move strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Heard, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
I think this is
Which
the
is
one
why I
about giving
oriented her to a
PR.
different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the
Doctor,
questions.
yes or no?
So, of course,
Dr.
Okay,
Curry
you
was
knew she
talking
was
about
gone
yesterday.
for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these.
So she coached her patient for a diagnosis.
We talked about the danger
I
assessment.
mean, that's a very
That's
negative way to look at it, isn't it?
And also just going back to this is not the right tool for this setting. That's not where it's been verified to be useful.
What number is this? 13, plaintiff's 1310.
I like all the use of demonstratives. Maybe I just like seeing
Any
things.
objection to 1310? as
Visuals are always nice.
Okay.
I will never be
publish the
against
jury.
having visuals.
Dr. Hughes, this is a blank form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Heard, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it
It was a somewhat collaborative.
in. Okay. Can we blow up the second full paragraph? Says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
oriented to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that that you were supposed to look over the past year. And
That's what's
That's
said.
that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides
still
and looking
qualifies
back
that
at what are the
assessment.
Not as
serious
a
risk factors that
diagnostic.
were in this relationship.
I didn't
So you
ask
can
you
br- you can
about
break the
anything
manual.
other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the
Nope,
previous year.
asking you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in forensic practice.
We don't follow the instructions, she says.
Come up and
She
ask
does.
questions
That's the
about it.
answer.
I'm
And
asking
she
you
might be
about the
right,
instructions.
but
And if
I
she
mean,
was
instructions
likable, we would say, oh, let's
look
rely on your
over the
clinical
past year.
expertise.
yes,
Mhm.
exactly.
And
She
you-
wasn't
On
making
this,
such a
yes,
big
that
deal
is
out of
it.
Dr.
and
Curry
you
not
had
following the
actual knowledge
instructions, you
when
know?
you gave the test that Mr. Depp
Or if she
was
uses
gone
it as a
way
means
more
of,
than a year.
like,
before
hey, we
this
also
test.
look
That
at
is
this,
correct.
Right. All right.
not a
Let's look
diagnostic
at
tool.
more instructions.
Let's
Can we
do
look
this
at
on all of them.
1247.
Let's also look at all the instructions you didn't follow.
Right. Well, one of her main critiques of Curry is that she didn't follow X, Y, and Z
Exactly.
on the percentiles
Exactly.
and things, right?
So let's just go to literal words and say, well, what's okay for me?
Dr.
I'm
Hughes,
special. I'm Dr. Hughes.
you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right. This
I'm
is the-
qualified to not follow
what
the
everybody calls
instructions.
CAPS 5.
correct.
All right, can we go
And
to
she
the first
might
page?
be.
Let's blow up the instructions. Standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page?
Is this
I
when
love
she's
it.
not
One
circling
more.
boxes?
Oh,
or-
wait. That's good. This is a page on scoring.
This is the last day
we
of
talked about this
testimony.
last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And you'll remember that in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I
Where
asked you
it's
whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
Is this
All
the
right,
IPV
let's
by
page
Johnny form?
down. Let's keep going. All right.
Did
This
you
is the
not
one, remember
follow
where
the
she left a
Let's
bunch
change
of
this
blank
page for a second.
spots, but then she graded
This
it.
is the very
so
first
she went backwards.
box you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly fundamental
IPV by
question,
Johnny.
right? What happened?
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are
Healthcare is
obligated
redundant, Dr.
I was going to
Hughes.
say, wait,
this
that's what
test
healthcare is known for,
in a way
avoiding
that other
redundancies,
people
right?
can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
But you
This is-
chose to put absolutely nothing in the box,
Like
the
even C
standardized
notes would be
box
good.
that said what
What's in
happened.
the box?
You don't have to put it in the
Sorry.
box if you have
You
it
did that the-
somewhere
I think
else.
you did that the first
It's not a,
Because this
if
is
it's
not
Did
not
I
a-
really?
standardized test.
I may
If
have.
it's not a
I'm sorry,
research
guys.
instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't.
Dr.
If
Steve
you have
Cool.
that data
That's a
elsewhere.
good reference.
Okay, let's go another page or so.
Let's see some more instructions you didn't follow.
Let's go another one.
We do know this.
All right,
We do know this
let's
part.
look at
Dennis.
item
We remember this.
4B4. And I asked you whether you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, read your
Yep,
That was
right.
so. That was almost the same as what he did before, give or take, but it was much better
It
presentation.
was much better the second time around, yeah.
Yep.
Static risk factor, what did you mean by that?
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's
Interesting to
smoking, you
use
can
lung
look
cancer
past
on the
if
thing.
someone's smoking. So these lethality risk
It kind of does
factors
change,
are
actually.
present whether you're evaluating them in the last year.
I mean, I
Well,
know
we were
that.
talking
5
about
years
lung
ago.
cancer and probabilities
And
earlier.
when you're trying to
Yeah,
assess
the
for
further you've not
trauma
smoked, the less
related
your risk
to
goes.
the
Yeah, okay.
interpersonal violence that we discussed. Why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you want to have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
Just describing that map, he said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
Wow.
I like it. That's an intriguing question.
Yeah. As I was trying to say, when she says like the risk factors don't change for past smokers, I'm like, I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure that the longer you've been not smoking decreases your risk of lung cancer. I'm pretty sure that that's a thing. So
What
it's
is
like
the
the examples
difference
suck.
between clinical scoring and clinical evaluation
Ooh, I
and
think Dennison
research
just went and smashed
evaluation with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
Objection compound.
Sustained.
Dennison, man.
Nice.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation
insulted
of
the jury
test
too. That's
and
nice.
research?
Right,
Objection,
right.
Your Honor, compound.
Great, great.
Okay.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can
Thank
stay in
you.
the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay.
They got like
All right,
15
let's
minutes
go
or
ahead
10
and take
minutes.
our afternoon recess. Our morning recess. Let's take our
She's like,
15-minute
I wish it
recess to
was
not
the
discuss
afternoon.
the case with everybody in-
I'm
You're
calling
gonna
it
be
today,
done
folks.
soon.
I'm done.
You can have a
Oh
recess
man.
if you want, but you're going to be done soon. I mean, how much time do they have left?
I don't
10
know why
minutes,
she
15
took
minutes?
recess because Amber Heard's team only has they can maximally have 20 minutes.
Are they really going to put her on for a short direct and then a very long cross-examination
Longest
Well, they didn't
cross-exam
rest.
by Johnny's
ever.
team?
They didn't
Longest
rest.
cross-exam ever.
I want to
Hadn't
revisit
been
the
heard.
dog stepping on the beat.
Yeah, I want to
yes.
revisit the. I want to revisit
be-
that. That'd be good.
It'll be 10 minutes of Amber Heard, and then it'll be like, all right, Camille, do whatever you feel like. Have fun with it.
Let the spirit move you.
Well, I mean, their cross has to be limited to whatever they ask her, right? What could they possibly ask her in 10 minutes?
Do you think that they are actually going to put her up there for that amount of time?
The only thing that's weird is I
considering the
thought-
amount of time that's left.
I thought they would rest right there.
That's true.
And it's such a weak end point.
Yeah, Hughes.
It
I
could
would not have
get
brought Hughes
weaker
back.
if they
We
put
forgot
Amber
how
Heard
Hughes
back up there.
sounded. We
Oh.
forgot how Hughes sounded. Why? Don't remind us.
Is today going to be a short day? Because if they're doing
Very short.
closing tomorrow, I don't
Yeah.
see what they have to fill the rest of the day today.
They are going to do jury instruction motions after the principal case has ended, because they're not final yet. I don't think that'll be televised though.
Right.
So it's going to be a half day, and then they're going to be in the court doing whatever. So yeah, it's a short day for us.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know how the jury sees it, but I just thought she was just a horrible witness. And
She's horrible.
I mean,
She's
she
bad
just
enough that I
confirmed
fear for.
she's not following the instructions.
She's bad enough that I think, oh my God, the trauma division of the American Psychological Association.
That was the wrong person to bring back as the last witness before the break.
Yeah.
Seriously what I think. And look, as a lawyer, I can tell you of subgroups and bar association task forces and things where I say, And
That Steps all who you know.
Yep.
It's just clear to me she was not evaluating. She was just pushing a narrative. I do this all the time when I have a witness, like Ellen Case. I have him in my office for 2 or 3 years, and we're heading towards trial. I'll sit him down and say, "Tell me what happened." I know what happened. I want to hear it in your words. I don't want me cooking the testimony for you, and then we'll go back and refine it. But that's because I'm trying to get them to testify honestly.
Yes.
She's sitting there giving the risk factors for PTSD, feeding this stuff to her, filling out the parts that she knows are going to be favorable to her, setting the time frames that she knows are going to be favorable to her, not doing things that she knows are not going to be favorable to her. That's not an evaluation. That's just confirming what you already want to say.
I agree. I think that was self-evident. And again, the biggest thing against Dr. Hughes, the biggest thing that puts her entire testimony under a microscope is we heard Amber Heard immediately after her saying Dr. Curry is wrong. She's not exaggerative. She doesn't use dramatic, flowery language. Amber Heard comes in and says, Hughes, have you ever talked to this person? Ever? Because however you might feel about Amber Heard's testimony, it's full of movie script pastiche and exaggerated language and all of these things. You didn't note that at all for us in the testimony that came immediately before Amber Heard started talking at all.
And that's the kind of thing that the jury can observe for themselves.
Exactly.
So when you try to tell them not to pay attention to the things that they can see right in front of them, that's a problem. It's not a problem for the jury. It's a problem for you. Nurse Liz, we've got a few questions in super chats for you. Do you want to do a lightning round of these?
Oh, sure. I'm crocheting a nursing shawl. So like if you're nursing your baby, you can put it on and then it's breathable because it's really lightweight. My cousin is having a baby. So
awesome.
Oh, congratulations to your cousin.
Yeah.
Time says, Nurse Liz, is it common for clinicians to use tests outside the recommended scope of time? I think it gives unreliable results.
I would, yeah, if you don't have time to test something, then I would go against it. Like I wouldn't do it. I think it's probably very likely that Dr. Hughes uses those things all the time. We use tests that are technically a little bit off the road all the time, but you kind of use your clinical judgment and then you have to justify it though. And I feel like she's just doing a terrible job of that. But would you rather do you want to do an in-depth video on geriatric long-term care or short-term nursing rehab? I have a few videos mostly talking about legal things like cases of long-term care. I wouldn't personally work in it because it's too many patients for one person. But if you're a provider, it can be really, really flexible in terms of scheduling. So that's a benefit of it. So I could do a whole video on it.
All right. And are there any more? There might be. I'm waiting on the Muffin Man.
But yeah. And that one question bank where she was saying, oh, she gave it and it was supposed to be within the last year. I have used that. And that one is annoying that she used that as a diagnostic because that is pretty much, at least in my experience, used when you are trying to get a patient to see your situation is unsafe and they are like in such denial about it. And you're like, when you put it in front of them and you're like, oh, look, I do actually check all of these things off. And you're like, okay, well, this is actually like a really dangerous situation. Like, this is what we look for. And it can help get them there. It's not to diagnose them with anything. It's literally just to help them get to the point where they would like to accept the help to get out of the situation.
Princess Consuela Banana Hammock. I like that. This question is a demonstrative different from evidence when presented to the jury. Are they included in deliberations? Sending love from BC, Canada. XO. Yes. So demonstrative basically just means it's a visual representation of the testimony. a demonstrative could be entered into evidence, possibly under some circumstances, but it is not on its own evidence. Evidence is materials that are that help to prove elements of a cause of action or a defense, either a little bit more or less likely to be true. And so you would admit those items or documents or whatever into evidence so that the jury can use them to evaluate in deliberations. So demonstratives do not go into deliberations with the jury. Evidence does. Schizomatic says, I'm confused as to how either of these witnesses are to rebuttal her countersuit. These seem to be rebuttals to JD's rebuttal of his suit, not to her countersuit. Have they just given up on that claim? Well, the other part that they are able to respond to is his rebuttal. So the fact that the metadata expert first came up in his rebuttal, they're able to respond to that because that is new out of that. And also her counterclaims, the metadata issues also impact her counterclaims as well. So that does have an impact. And same thing with the psychologist as well, come to think of it. So Wooter K says, how likely is this hypothesis? They put JD on the stand to have AH get on the stand in her rebuttal. Then they finish with her most wobbly story about the hand to make her go into that and mess up. I don't know. Possibly. Billy Bryant says, question, think they want time to run out during Amber?
Maybe.
I mean, which side? Which side wants that? I think Johnny's side is happy to have her time run out, regardless of if it's on Amber or before Amber.
I think the argument would be, right, we've talked about having lack of control over the client, is that, hell, if the judge is going to stop us in 10 minutes and Amber's demanding to be the last word, this is the way to control it.
Yeah. Have the judge controller.
I mean,
that's a fair point.
I think I don't. It's a conspiracy theory. Like you get the tinfoil hats, get them right on there, right over your dentist stand.
I'm a fan of the occasional tinfoil hat. I'll model them from time to time.
But I would argue it's not the craziest thing we've heard in this trial. It's not even the craziest thing that's actually happened in this trial. To say Amber Heard's demanding to go up, and we say, okay, Ms. Heard, absolutely. We have a few other experts we need to get up there, and then we'll put you up for the last word. And I guess we only had 7 minutes. Sorry.
It's like, it kind of reminds me of what's that one SNL sketch. Sorry, I'm
whichever way you. Yeah,
it's Thursday. It's a Thursday.
I'm liking sketch. Yeah,
sketch.
Sketch. It's
Sketchy
gruel.
sketch.
It's all gruel. Okay. No. So you know that one where God, what is it? I'm totally like blanking on it. But basically, like there's it's like a talk show with a lot of singing and dancing, and then they get to like the first guest, and then they never get to someone at the end. I'm totally messing this up, you guys. Kenan Thompson as the host.
Okay.
Oh, what up with that? Where he's like, what up with that? What up with that? And it's like he keeps interrupting like the first person's thing with like this, and then like they never. Yeah, okay.
That's right.
The
Yeah, I
chat has
remember
it.
that. They
Chat
have
has
the
it.
song. Yeah, they have
Yeah.
that song, and every time that the guest starts to sing, they just stay or starts to talk. Then they start doing what up with that, and then do it again, and they never get to him, and they never get to anything substantive. Yeah.
Yes. So that's kind of how it feels like she's at the very end, and they're just they're doing what up with that with all these other witnesses.
You know what? If they send Elaine up and it's like, well, could you please repeat your name and what's your occupation, and just try to get 7 minutes of questions that can't burn them to the ground out there.
Yep. Well, I mean, I think, is that the only potential witness we have left? I mean, we've got a small time. Depp's team is rested.
Yep.
So it's them.
It's not the only potential witness. They could have a very short depo video. But
So what are we doing? We're sending the jury home at lunch?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they said yesterday that it was going to be a very short day today. Well, with the exception of they're going to do jury instructions in the afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's not for the lawyers, but yeah, for the jurors, I think that they should be going home like in a half hour here.
That'd be cool. Get a nice short day for a trial.
Yeah. Well, the judge said we're not changing the schedule to closing statements. We're not moving them up. So they'll still be Friday, which will make it a short day today.
Do they have a time limit on
I'm
closing
sure the
arguments?
jury will appreciate the short day. Amber Heard's team
2 hours?
has less
2
than an
hours
hour.
each.
I don't see them.
For a 6-week trial.
Maybe they have one more
That's really-
witness, but
In my
I don't
experience,
see them
that's
going
really
much
long,
past
but it's
that.
not long for a freaking 6-week trial.
Well,
That's right.
it's primary closing, rebuttal, and rebuttal. So
Right.
there's 4
That makes a lot of sense. So that's
Yeah,
a full day tomorrow.
I still think the most effective close would be 25 minutes long, regardless of having seen a 6-week trial. But that makes sense. Once the rebuttals into rebuttals, like okay.
Yeah.
Well, and it's two speakers each, so they're going to do what they did. They're going to do what they did.
Normally, I would switch to see what else is going on
so
with
I-
other
4 hours
streams.
felt right to me.
There's other legal streams.
Shocked my conscience.
But
I
this
do
is a short break.
It takes a lot of discipline.
I'll go
and,
take a
and
quick look
pre-effort
while
to
you
get it
guys
done
are
there,
watching
but you're
this,
right.
and if something
Ideally, if you
interesting,
can
I'll
knock
switch
that
us
thing
over.
out in 25 minutes. You're going to lose their attention after that anyway.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, you can
I
say
guess-
more things, and it might all be relevant, but no one's listening.
No.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
fair
even
point.
dream of using more than an hour.
What were you going for, Lita?
Oh, I was gonna go through the super chat. Kai says, "Is this doctor's testimony necessary? Would you end with an expert? I mean, he's definitely a professional like the others, but seems redundant. I mean, ending with an expert is fine so long as they can stick the landing. If they're not the most interesting expert in the world, I wouldn't. I mean,
Just end with something good. I don't care if it's an expert or a lay witness or what. Just end with something interesting or helpful.
That's the end. It doesn't matter if it's expert, if it's character. It doesn't matter. You just want the last line they say to be the thing that the jurors are thinking about, leaving the courtroom. That's what you want.
I
In a good way.
appreciate all the kind comments you're getting, by the way, about H&H. The truth
Yeah.
is that at the end of the trial here, we had our interview canceled. The interviewee got canceled, and I said, you know what? I wouldn't hate an extra hour of sleep from where I am. I mean, that's the truth. So I don't know how better to communicate no episode today, but I really appreciate it. It's very gratifying to see everybody be like, "Where the hell were you, Hogue?" That's nice.
I really like my morning getting on the bike and getting into your chat. By the way, I really like just doing that. It's been nice.
I think you've stumbled across a really good time slot for
Mhm.
this conversation for folks to sort of warm up their day.
Yeah, my wife says it's
listening to you.
drive time. It's drive time for the no drive commute.
Drive time for the work from home.
Yeah.
But no, I really do appreciate it. I'll figure out communication. This thing has only existed for like 2 weeks. So and I think there's a chat coming up later that says, was that the last one? Are you ending it for the trial? No. It's designed to continue past the trial. I just said, you know what? I could use some sleep.
How dare you?
I know.
I know.
Life of a YouTuber. I appreciate it. It's very nice.
I hear you on that one, Rick. RF, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says, do you think any of the testimony today has been helpful to Amber Heard? Also, did they correct the misrepresentation of evidence yesterday by Amber Heard's team? What was the misrepresentation? I got some.
Outgoing. It's incoming, outgoing.
Oh, that one. No, no
it
one
might be
corrected anything.
misrepresentation. We just, it's very hard for us to say.
Yeah. And no one addressed the incoming or outgoing aspect of any of those tweets this morning. They moved on to the next thing. So and then as far as has anything been helpful today?
It's knowing what I know now. If I was on Amber Heard's team, I would say let's no rebuttal case. Forget it. Let's go.
That was they just did. I mean, that Hughes. Oh,
well,
you mean
but before this point, instead of doing
Yeah,
what they did.
I would not have put Hughes back on. Their forensic document expert was awful. I can't think of anything else right now.
Hughes is really interesting because that to me suggests that they got done with Curry's testimony and said, "Crap," because why else would you bring Hughes back? Hughes, I would not have reminded the jury of what Hughes sounded like, honestly. So I would put in closing. our psychologist refutes their, like I would have said what Hughes said, but there's no reason to remind you of what Hughes sounds like in court. So they think Dr. Curry devastated them yesterday, in my opinion.
Which is, I think that's a really great point, and it's probably exactly right. I think it's funny that one of the best things for Amber Heard's team was that Dr. Curry went first yesterday, and it wasn't it wasn't like a great day for Johnny's team overall yesterday, but the morning was really strong, and hopefully, I think your best bet was just hope that the jurors remembered the end of the day, not the beginning, and so then you being like, no, remember Dr. Curry at the morning of the next day isn't a good look. You know what I mean? It was probably the wrong.
Crush you. Yeah. No,
yeah, exactly. Don't remind them.
I thought Kate Moss was huge. It was very, very short, but they got that opportunity. But what it does is it shows her effectively fabricating a lie against Johnny, which is really the crux of the whole case. It's not on point because it's not the actual facts of the case, but it shows her capable of doing exactly what he's accusing her of doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Henry Talbot says, question, TMZ won't publish a video unless copyright issues are resolved. Amber made the video, so held the copyright. Isn't this evidence that Amber is tied approving the video release?
So you heard, Mark.
I'll go next. Go ahead.
So you heard yesterday in the TMZ, so we got the video production guide. You heard me say that's not how copyrights work. Because what they do is they take the video and they add bumpers. They get it ready to go on their site or on their TV show or whatever, and then they add a copyright watermark. But that guy, he said he called it a copyright watermark, but his testimony was actually that's not a copyright. That's just the assertion we'll have when we have it. And so the big news yesterday was from when I made it to when it was up was 15 minutes, which means rather than a torturous copyright lawyer in the back going, you have this how, and trying to figure things out for 3 weeks, they had a direct line to God for whoever that copyright came from. And so the whole testimony is, yeah, that's Amber or a very close person to Amber's team.
That is.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That is most likely true. That is most likely true.
Yeah, no.
But
he doesn't have personal information.
But unlike, say, Times or WAPO or what we would consider, the highbrow, I'm not maligning TMZ here, but I think that with many videos they have released in the past, I don't think their copyright lawyer has the last say on whether or not a video goes up. You know what I mean?
What's interesting?
You might be right about the realism there. You might be right about the realism there.
Yeah.
But the jury may or may not know that.
Agree.
The counter argument is that TMZ has not, as far as I know, TMZ has not found themselves on the wrong end of this very often. So they are dotting I's and crossing T's.
Because a lot of their business model is nobody wants to sue them. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of people are benefiting. So even if you're on the wrong end of a TMZ claim today, you might be on the right end 2 weeks from now. And so TMZ has this kind of parasitic relationship with the industry, and they avoid litigation that way. And look, what you said is absolutely the most logical possible thing. I'm just saying that, I don't know if the copyright lawyer in the end is the one who's making the final call.
No, it's all assumptions anyway. Your point is well taken because it's the video production guy saying it won't go up that fast if we don't have sourcing. And he's right, except that if it's that important and that good or whatever, 100% organizations can tell the lawyer we're letting it roll.
Yeah.
I mean, they 100% can do that.
And as someone, and I see some people in chat flouting on this, as someone who has worked in the legal departments of these big corporations, I want to assure you that I wish the lawyers had the final say on press releases, on calls made more often than they do.
No, I will back Mark up 1,000%. I can tell clients, here's your exposure risk, here's the situation, and a client will evaluate that from the business side and say, the exposure sounds good, let's go.
And look, lawyers are risk averse. Sometimes it's the right call for the lawyer to go against the lawyer.
Are indeed.
It's totally fine,
Yep.
But just saying it happens.
Fair point. It's good for us to keep that in mind. Although, of course, reminder that the jury has no idea.
Jury has no idea.
That's great.
Yeah. Rhonda, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says thanks to the panel for all you've done during this trial. I would have been lost without you.
As we bring the jury back in, since we've done all this talking, please do hit the like button if you're enjoying this content here at Legal Bites, watching this trial. This is a
Thank
great
you.
time to do that stretch out. That yes, Nurse Liz is demonstrating the proper stretch procedure. She's a nurse. You can listen to her. And here it comes. Here's the finger right there. And there you go. You just hit that like button just like
Aw.
that. Thank you, Nurse Liz. I appreciate
And
the
also,
demonstrative.
please do subscribe to
Anytime.
everybody there, all linked in the description below, just like every single day. Show their appreciation for our wonderful guests that have been coming onto this channel throughout this trial. It's been a long 6 weeks, and these faces have been coming day in and day out. Show your appreciation for them by subscribing to their channels and giving all of their content a good look-see. Also,
I just want to do a
RF,
show
thank you
with. I just want to do a
so
show,
much for your
show with Mark. You know what? You go.
Okay, sorry. Thanks so much for your generous super chats. Also broke my nose again yesterday. I'm training jujitsu and woke up with 2 fat black eyes. So yeah.
How?
Did you put Amica on them?
Yeah, I hear it does wonders. I'm sure you can
Amica
go
cream. Boom.
and maybe a little bit of makeup. You know, if you're particularly actually, you know what? Amber Heard might be for hire on makeup services.
And
so
ice. Oh my gosh, did we talk about
consider.
ice?
Yeah.
We forgot about
Savvy
ice.
Parchment, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Very generous. Says, question, uncivil law at 100K yet? No, to be a real law tuber, you must be subscribed.
Go
Yes.
subscribe.
And
Absolutely.
let me speak for uncivil law even when he's not here. I'll talk good about him when he's not here. Uncivil
Yeah.
law and I
the only proper
probably agree on close to nothing legally. Probably 5% are overlap. And there is no one I like disagreeing with more than uncivil law. And if that's how this is going, then you know what? You should be clicking that like button. If I do it, you should. That's all.
Reasonable disagreement.
That is
I love
honestly,
it, Mark.
like you can't get a better endorsement than that, honestly.
You learn, you grow. Absolutely.
I mean, seriously, and Kurt would actually take that as a massive compliment as well. He's not here right now. He had to pop out, I guess. But no, absolutely, 100%. He would take that as a massive compliment because he appreciates the process of disagreement with other people, and the fact that that's often how we learn. You know. So yeah. Craig Rowe, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, hey Mike, think Amber can be charged with capital felony treason after this?
She should be. She should be.
Oh no. Also, there was a Muffin Man. Do you have access to that last super chat that was before these other ones? About buying us coffee.
I'm just impressed that
Maybe
I
not.
now know who knows the Muffin Man. It's Alita.
I do know the Muffin Man. And he's not Mr. Bites.
No, I was going to say, I just, Mark and I should do a show just talking real politic about corporate goings on and how they treat their counsel.
Please. And speaking of, I didn't even realize, just for the record, until last night, I've done work on multiple items with Richard Marx. I just didn't realize it was the same. I didn't even realize it was the same Richard Marx until right now. So anyway,
It's so funny. I would like to hear the stories on that.
He's a good lawyer. Like he was a totally,
He clearly knows his stuff. I mean,
yeah,
that's
good guy.
He's a little full of himself in terms of his history, but honestly, with that history, I would be too. So there you go.
No, welcome to Hollywood attorneys. You know what I mean? Like you kind of need that to make it here. So,
hey Mike,
we appreciate your
Cubs
morning
or socks.
flex, Mike.
Cubs.
Oh, I've been to that bar.
The
Oh,
Cubbies.
I know them.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
Oh
All right,
no,
Ms.
you're
Heard,
kidding
please
me.
stand, please.
Really?
You know what? This trial has it all, folks. Don't get used to this, okay?
Oh,
this is crazy.
This is a gift to us. It really
Yes,
is.
ma'am. Water.
Wait, where's she going? Oh, she's getting her water. I thought she ran away from the stand. That's an interesting clip.
I don't know if my body can handle this 2 days in a row. I don't know.
Ma'am, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
They have
Thank
20
you.
minutes max.
All right, your question.
Okay, thank you.
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yeah, that's not speculative. Sorry, guys.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir. Unspoken rules. Overruled. Go ahead. About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors, medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me to have panic attack or triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene, and
Jane,
a
thank you so
trigger
much.
happens,
Very generous.
I
of
have a
you.
meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because
You notice
of the
they swapped
damage I
the
walk
from the
around
rain
with every
notice?
single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not.
But she
This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't do
lack
it.
of foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
Tie it to the statements.
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not.
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
Overruled. Good. It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it. But I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
where they are.
non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my.
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after
Objection,
2020.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next
Oh,
question.
man. I cannot believe they put her back on the stand.
What do you hope
I
to
cannot
reclaim
believe they put her back on the
after this is
stand.
over?
Yikes. I guess this is a combination of the last 2 days.
Protecting the
where she was
secret that
super
I
over emotional the first day.
did for as long
and
as I did.
very kind of almost ice queen the second time.
Has
she was
taken
on the
enough
stand.
of my voice.
Is a combination of the two.
Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth.
I told you
I
that's
have
gonna be
that
part of the
right.
closing.
Yeah, weird. It just it
I hope
hits
to get my
weird.
voice back.
I told you.
It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
Very easy cross on that.
So, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Yes.
The whole I have a right as an American thing. It just it kind of hits sideways.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I would have left that to the closing, but we know it's a part of their closing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Amy
How
was
do you
asking
guys
about
feel
the-
about that emotional appeal?
Well, the snicker. Okay, here's the thing, right? The jury's been able to observe her for 6 weeks, and I don't blame Amber Heard for finding moments of levity in here and whatnot. But like, she has found moments of levity, right? We've seen Amber Heard in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we have.
I agree. That was the thing that made me feel like, but you have snickered. You have done that in this case. You have smiled. So
Does not have the
say that
ability to
she
tell the
hasn't,
truth.
that's an honesty thing, and it's also and then she also says I haven't tried to make myself look perfect. You're kind of doing it during your current direct examination.
Well, and I still have the biggest problem, which is, and I'm not saying Amber Heard is the witness to do this, tying the actual Waldman statements to this state of affairs. In fact, when she testifies in this courtroom with this lawsuit for these other reasons, I say,
when he said that
that's not those statements at all.
Right.
He said that goes to damages, but that doesn't go to damages
No,
if
it doesn't.
people are reacting to her testimony.
And I think that's why I was saying the cross is easy. It's just that like it was a very I think it was an effective emotional appeal that had basically nothing to do with the questions that she was actually asked. And
yes,
the smirk comment to me, I don't know how y'all feel, but I think that answers the question of we were wondering why she was taking the stand today. And I think that she saw all that smirking stuff or she heard about it or whatever happens. And she's like, I don't want that to be the last impression of me. Whether that is wise or not, we can make our own judgments, which I think we think it is probably not wise to go back on the stand. We'll see how this cross goes. But I think that answers that lingering question we were thinking.
It's
Right,
like
and I'd be willing to-
someone on their team is either watching this live stream or Emily D. Baker or Nick Ricada or someone where somebody is remarking on that.
Well, and there's a lot of
Um,
commentary also outside the streaming community too. I
Of
mean,
course,
there's the
of
memes,
course.
there's the talks, there's the
The memes
I
are
know,
probably
I
the
know.
biggest thing.
I'm being a bit hyperbolic.
The one
But
thing,
of
where,
course,
the
we're
one
not
thing
the
where
only
I
ones that
felt
are
sorry
noticing
for
it, I'm sure.
when she was talking about death threats and all that kind of stuff, that actually does happen, and it's awful, and it shouldn't happen to anybody. That's the only
was
thing.
thinking this.
However, it's really not from this.
But she's the actress. She's a public figure. All kinds of public figures get death threats, and a lot of it couldn't have to do with her testimony.
Right now.
And
I mean, she's
people realizing
literally, I don't know how many
how
guys follow the
vicious and
IMDb
evil
Pro
she was
star
to
meter.
Johnny.
It's very silly.
It's
just
not
based
right.
on
She
demo
shouldn't get them, but
Amber
Yeah.
Heard
that's
has
what
been
people are reacting
number
to.
one on the star meter for like 2 months, you know, and like, and that doesn't mean she's the most popular star. It means that she is the one hogging up most of the discussion that is going around, you know, and that doesn't surprise me that there's an influx of death threats when, you know, the higher you go up that chain.
Yeah,
right?
which is shit. I mean, and we can say
Completely
that,
agree. Yes.
Right.
you know,
Yes,
unequivocally.
I don't believe her testimony and everything, but no, that there's no place for that. But it's going to happen.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right, Mike.
Well, I'd be willing to bet that this argument is about what Camille's scope can be here.
Right. Yes, that is absolutely.
So what did I miss on
I don't
direct?
know if I would. I don't know if I'd cross her at all.
Yeah, but
Maybe one or two punchy questions.
there aren't a lot of facts on the ground from what Amber Heard just presented to even cross on. So we'll see.
Yeah, I just don't think it went over well. I just leave it there. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, we could point out you snickered in the courtroom, but that just looks petty.
It does.
Right.
It
Yeah,
does.
right.
So
Can I
I
get
think
And of
the
course, she
too long
wrote all
didn't
this
watch
on
summary?
herself, and then
Sure,
tries
Kurt.
to play the victim.
Kurt, Amber went up. They were asked some kind of broad-based, how did this all hurt you type question. They actually asked how the Waldman statements hurt. She didn't actually tie things to the Waldman statements, but mostly you got an emotional appeal from Amber Heard. And she's under constant harassment campaigns. This isn't fair. Johnny promised he would, you know, harass me to the ends of the earth. He shouldn't be able to control my name and how I live. I have special rules for how people can touch me, including doctors, and I think she's called them intimate partners, I believe. And so it's that, and it was very short.
She did say intimate partners, as in more than one.
Yes, it's that she wanted to.
Hey, girl, whatever rocks your
respond
boat.
to what, if you
The
remember,
floats your
Johnny
boat.
Depp said at the end of his direct yesterday, which is, I wanted to get my story out there. I've held this for forever. and she wanted to say, I mean, in all honesty, and this isn't accusing her of mirroring or anything like that. She wanted to say the same thing in reverse. She wanted to say that this was unfair to her.
And I mean that's what we would expect in this kind of a case anyway.
That's her
regardless of
sister,
those
and
words.
man,
So,
tell
yeah.
me she doesn't look like a dude.
Just to
I'm
kind
sorry.
of echo what
That, she
The
does.
American thing was really cringy too.
She
and I
does.
I can't put my finger
Yeah.
on why.
She's
It's
setting up for the
because-
First Amendment. They're going to do a First Amendment closing,
Yeah.
and she's
Okay.
setting it up.
Well, I think it is that way because it's such a non sequitur. No one has talked about like American rights of speech
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff, except for in the opening statements. It's what we expect in a legal argument here, not like like no one has talked about being an American versus being anything else.
Yeah. Plus, it's not congruent. So it's sort of like, I'm just an everyday person, and that's just not the way she acts. And it just, I don't know, just doesn't hit right.
Yeah, you know, I think that's right. It's an emotional appeal. She's talking about all these horrible things that she's dealing with, and then she advances the First Amendment argument in the line of thinking that should still be emotional appeal. She moves to logical legal appeal. I think that might be why it rings
Yeah.
false.
I see that. I see that.
It feels insincere for that reason, in my opinion.
I buy that.
Yep.
Kurt, you missed Mark talking some crap on you too.
Oh yeah, Mark had some things to say. I actually couldn't believe what Mark had to say about Kurt.
Could not believe it. I
No,
almost
it
kicked
was
him out.
Very surprising. Very surprising from Mark.
I think, Kurt, for the record, I think I made literally, not to flex or nothing, I think I made literally the best appeal to get you to 100K that you've gotten so far.
Yes,
I think that might
I'll
be
actually
true.
up on that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Mark, why don't you repeat what you said about him?
No, he's here. No way. The
No,
best-
no,
I
yeah.
wanna-
So
Well, then fine, I will.
I wanna
So
say
Mark
this, I just-
basically said, Mark basically said that he probably agrees with you on maybe 2% of things. I think that 2% was that the number?
I said
or was it
5, but we're in
five.
the same.
Five,
we're-
double
Five,
that.
five, five.
Close.
Sorry. I'm
Objection
minimizing it.
misrepresents the evidence.
Yes, misrepresenting the testimony. I apologize. I'll play Elaine Bredehoft here. So 5%. But he said that there is no one else that he would rather disagree with than you.
And that he subscribes.
Oh yeah, of course. If you're not subscribed, who are you? What are you
Of course.
doing?
And I said that is probably the nicest compliment that anyone could possibly give you, because for you, disagreement is one of the best ways of learning, working through those kinds of disagreements and working through those kinds of dialogues. So
I'm just disappointed it didn't trigger a Care Bears reference from Rick.
No. That was a one-time only special event. So if you want Care Bears, you got to go back to day 22.
Yep. So yeah.
Well, thank you, Mark, for that.
He doesn't seem as enthused as y'all were. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying is that there's one of the things I've learned in life is that the most truthful that you will ever hear about yourself is hearing how people talk about you when you're not around. And that is like
this is the Tom Sawyer lesson.
And that is the highest compliment I could ever receive, is when someone tells me something someone said when I wasn't there. And so, like, am I going to tell it to your face? That means nothing. Yeah, I'll tell you I disagree with you, and I think a lot of your opinions are garbo. But
Okay. I have mixed feelings about this compliment /
There we go. See, that's
but you present your incorrect opinion well, Kurt.
No, and honestly, and when I disagree with him, the big thing is when I like openly kind of challenge him or disagree with him on something, I know that he is listening. And that to me means so much, because in our profession, in life, it is so many times that why even say anything? Because you know that the person that you're talking to doesn't care and is not going to listen. And Kurt is always listening, at least to me. He has always listened to me. And that's 90% of feeling good about yourself when you're talking, right? Is that that the person who's talking to you gives a shit about listening, which I'm not going to look at chat right now for that reason.
Yeah,
no.
And I'll say that
Switch to privates. Just switch to private.
No, I already did that.
Law,
Yeah.
You guys have a really good dynamic on here in LawTube world of hearing different sides. I feel like in medical land, there's two camps and we don't merge. And I think you guys do a really good job of like hearing each other, just like you said, Mark, and like actually not being in an echo chamber, so that you actually might be able to learn something new and have a civil discussion.
Well, I don't want to just sell merch because Chad will yell at me, but I do have a nice grouping of apparel with Reasonable Minds Can Differ on it for those that are interested.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's sad to hear
also
about the medical community, by the way. That's sad to hear about the medical community.
Yeah. Also Tracy Keoff, I believe is how you pronounce it, says your insight through this entire trial has been awesome. Thank you. Love how respectful you all are with each other. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. And also, I mean, that actually is like a perfect super chat to bring up with this conversation. And then Alex Franco 25 says, is Amber Heard and Johnny Depp allowed to look at things on the internet? I know that the jury can't. They can. And also, thank you for this very generous super chat. It's very kind of you. So yeah, they can. They are parties, so they're excluded from the. Yeah. I mean, maybe we will have a full day today.
Camille wants to bring in everything she ever said. I said, look, I have 7 hours, Your Honor.
Did they formally run out of time, or do they still like have 5 minutes on the clock or something?
No, they have whatever, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
For that brutal redirect they're planning in their head. Best 2 minutes ever.
Oof. Yeah, no buzzer was called yet.
Ian
no orchestra music to to wave him off stage.
Ian wants a hockey buzzer. I think we should give it to him.
I want that full Oscars orchestra. That's what I want.
Getting louder.
Get him off stage.
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. A lot of hand movements from Camille. Yeah. I think the argument is okay. She's the full party witness here. I should be able to drag in all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And,
But they
and Ben
specifically
saying, no.
Right. Every question they asked had the Waldman Depp statement in it somewhere. You know, they
Even
can.
though yeah.
Of course. That's why they're
didn't
fighting.
limit her at all.
Yep, that's why they're fighting. But yeah, that was very crafted on their part. That no, this is only about the Waldman Depp statements and how they're related. You know, the damages. Goes to damages
Yeah,
only.
Camille's like, stop bullshitting me.
Yeah.
That had nothing to do with the statements.
Of course.
It was interesting. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Leah.
Oh, RH, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says, love you all. Do you feel like Judge Penny has formed a personal opinion about this case? I'm sure she has formed a personal opinion about this case, and we will never find out what that is.
You can't not. You can't
Yeah.
not form an opinion, but she is a good judge. She has not let
She's
out
a
much.
very
of
good
anything.
judge.
We do know that she found the TMZ appeal amusing.
Yeah, that's true.
But
we have gleaned that.
Other than that, nothing.
Well, and that who's just a snarky guy?
Ben Chu.
Ben's just a snarky guy. Yeah.
But she saved that because that was the TMZ motion. That's not in front of the jury, right? So like she lets those out when the jury's not in the room.
Yeah.
What?
That is true.
Why are they crossing her? She's not been good yet. Don't give her.
Camille wants to cross for real.
Yeah, because it's Camille.
What if Camille, by some miracle, Amber looks sympathetic and says something reasonable for the first time in the entire trial?
I've often
Don't
said
give her
the
that
one thing I wondered
opportunity.
about with Camille is she doesn't appear to have a low a low simmer version. So we'll see.
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right. Matt Lawson, thank you
Your
so much
lies
for
have
this
been
generous super
exposed
chat.
to the world multiple times, right?
Oh boy.
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened.
Sounds like
You
Camille
testified
won.
that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
You're questioning whether he owns the trailer park?
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight
he said
testify that
he
it
was
was
there.
actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you
I
hear
don't
that?
fault him,
That's
but
his
he's part of the
testimony,
Johnny
yes.
Depp show.
So you're calling him a liar.
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture, that was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right?
rearranged.
Ms. Heard?
Whoa,
Ms.
whoa.
Heard, the only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture as non-responsive.
Answer the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead. Oof.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing the
Objection.
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as non-responsive. Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
She is
In fact, you
poking us.
testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was.
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case.
You
And I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yeah. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Great
Now,
question.
the video of Mr. Depp beating up some
I was
kitchen
gonna say.
cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Just point out how
But you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns
Another
the
liar on the
copyright to
stand.
cabinet video, right?
This is her opportunity to say
That's news to me.
all of these other people are
cabinet
lying,
video
right?
you filmed of your then
That's where we're
husband.
I actually
going.
can't believe
Yes?
the judge let this get this broad.
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
What is happening? It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video.
It looks
And
like
yes,
the
cabinet
that
judge
was
video-
my husband.
plays her
The
on
same
all
cabinet
the
video that
lies
was
if you
released the
want
night
because of
before
what she
you were
said.
deposed in your
Wild.
divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
You're
focus on
asking me
Mr.
to
Tremaine.
repeat his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I
Ms.
mean,
Heard,
come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So that
If I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have done
bad.
it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how
with
to do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
That's not
But you
really what you
testified
want to do
earlier
on the
in this
stand.
trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I don't.
She's imploding like this.
You edited that video before you
can't
gave it to
believe
TMZ so that
they
only
left
Mr.
her this
Depp would look
vulnerable.
bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
Rusty Robots, thank you. Very, very generous.
I'd like to show you a picture from that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799.
Camille is just crushing it.
This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316.
Wow, this is just jaw dropping.
This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
Camille
That
could
is
just
correct.
settle in right here.
Your
and
Honor,
just-
I'd like to move to admit.
This is why that sidebar was so
Photograph?
long.
Any objection
Yeah.
to 13?
Amber can keep opening more
No, Your
and
Honor.
more
All right,
doors.
1316 in evidence.
And
You
we've
publish
got
this later.
hours of testimony left for Johnny to
This is a
use.
picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
Oh, nice.
I don't know when this was taken.
Oh, no.
This is the day
The
after
day
you
after?
obtained a domestic violence
Yes.
restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is
Mic
there?
drop.
Again, I don't know when
photos.
this was taken. And also I'm outside.
What an anchor.
I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken. So I have
You're
no
obviously
idea if
not
this
wearing
is
makeup.
what
I'm sorry.
pictures you can see
Let's
or not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken.
That
Do
ain't a
it.
made
Do
up
it.
face.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315. Just
that
Don
admitted
Hinton.
before?
Don Hinton, thank you so much.
This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
The first Law
That's what
2
it says,
Hero
yes.
Award. We might.
And this article
Just
contains
might.
the same photograph of you and Miss Pennington we were just looking at. Yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says. Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's
it's
take
not-
a look at
not going
picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
It's all right. They still heard the title
Yep.
Yeah.
and they saw the photo.
Yep.
This is also a picture of you and Miss Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence. You can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent
My
it was taken,
God.
then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
That's no makeup.
That
I'm
can't be
sorry.
true.
Let's zoom out
That's
on the
not,
picture for a
that is
moment,
not
please.
makeup.
Thanks.
No, there's no makeup.
That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Miss Pennington
That is correct.
in there too?
Oh, yeah.
Miss
That is correct.
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
This is the craziest trial.
Mr. I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence.
This is great. This is everything I ever wanted in this trial happening right now.
I can't believe.
You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
It's wild.
On the second day of your direct testimony,
Oh my God, is it
you
a copied
testified that this
photo?
was taken in the
Yeah.
downstairs of the main
gonna
apartment
hit him on the
on
copied
December
photos now?
15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage
can't
to
wait to hear
Penthouse
from
5
Ian.
that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context. Can we please?
Speaking of which,
we could have day
let's get into
16
it.
trial testimony.
It's non sequitur, she said.
Do you think Amber knows that they submitted this for 2 different events?
I don't know.
I can't. Did they have
Holy
to call her?
moly.
Did her side have to call her, or could they have left it alone?
No,
They could have left it alone.
They didn't have to call
This
her.
is insane.
This is putting her on the stand is what I would call snatching defeat from the jaws of. I mean, she wasn't victorious, but like this is like even more.
Snatching defeat for more
Could you
defeat.
please turn first to page 4585?
It's like they're out competing to blow themselves up in the last 2 days of the trial.
Well,
And these are going to be the last words that ring through the jury's ears. They've got what 2 minutes to read.
I think Amber Heard demanded to be able to give that speech, and her attorneys, which are good attorneys, said, if we lose on that sidebar, this is going to be just, you're going to blow up in a ball of fire.
Yep, that's exactly that was exactly how it went.
her pride is the problem. It's her
Where it
attitude.
says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458. Oh, four. I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4584.
4585. Line 16.
I mean, Johnny made a similar call yesterday. You
He
know,
did.
This
He
is,
very much
and this
did.
is all. This is what happens in family law cases all the time. You know. This is
I mean, we
what
could talk
happens.
about 40 chess maybe. Johnny could have done that deliberately to bait.
Could be.
this.
It's a huge
Line
If you
16
thi- if
where
you
it
think
says,
Johnny's
let's
a
talk
4D
about
chess
December
player.
15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603.
Did you guys think that she would be called?
Starting at
I
line
didn't
12
expect
and
this.
going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that defendant's exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that defendant's exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in
in my
relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead. What
In
was-
relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant.
She's got to
Number
recognize this crap
512
now.
was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking
Sure
at a
you do.
picture of a partial
No,
picture.
Ms. Heard, you didn't just look at a
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah,
You looked
I
at your
think she saw
testimony.
this.
You
before.
pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's pull up, let's actually leave up defendants 512 and please pull up defendants exhibit 725.
Oh boy.
You should be using the
Duplicate photos.
transcript here, I think.
Which is already in evidence.
Yeah.
Thank
In
Yeah, I
redacted
agree.
form, Your Honor.
All right,
She
thank
didn't
you.
exactly get the answer she
Side
wanted,
by
but it would
side.
still be effective.
It will.
Yeah.
You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
Side by
On the
side.
third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't
would
cover
that
it up,
matter?
Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them
did.
so we could get
No,
context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's
All
in
right,
evidence.
next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Hurd,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about
She's
anything.
getting
Yeah,
off.
Let's look at your
foot.
direct testimony from the third day.
Camille is
Well,
amazing in this.
She certainly didn't expect this to come from her direct.
Oh no. Yeah. I don't think she was expecting this on the last day.
This is like the surprise ending in the movie.
It is.
The villain
Yes,
didn't see
ma'am.
coming. They've got like one more
The
hit.
villain had to see it coming.
Well,
had to see it coming.
I'm not sure I would have agreed with the judge allowing this is interesting. We can talk about it on the break,
Thank
but
you.
it's
Really?
interesting.
I think the argument went that Johnny's rebuttal yesterday went.
Let's
pretty long.
turn to
I
page
should get product
4750. in
Yeah.
Day 17 transcript.
Could be a makeup call.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
It feels like the judge on both of these has been giving like one to each team. Like she overruled an objection that I probably would have sustained, and then she sustained an objection I probably would have let in on both. You know, it seems like she's trying to
Yeah,
really play
it's
the
a-
middle here.
It's a makeup call. Like in
Specifically
baseball.
line 16.
Controversial, but you know.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was
No,
right,
it's
but
See
I,
where Ms.
in my guess,
Radahoff
Yeah, yeah,
asked you to describe for the
Yeah.
jury what took
This
place
will be
on
controversial.
May
This will be
21st,
talked about as allowing this
2016.
cross.
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015
Yes.
that follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804. At line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14
Yes.
through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay, and defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a
Oh,
portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay.
Attitude is so different
Thank you,
today.
Yeah,
well,
it's because she's
Ms.
off.
Hurd,
She's
at the
off
beginning
tilt.
of your cross-examination last week,
approach?
Yes.
I'm sure you
Yeah.
do.
Well, you lost this, but yes, I would approach just to get a pause.
This is
Just
like
to
the
interrupt.
Jack
Let her regroup.
This is Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise that I was hoping for. I'm so happy this happened. Thank you, Amber, for taking the stand.
Yeah, you never get this in
Yeah.
the real world. This is
And Camille deserves a lot of credit because this is
Oh,
really
wow.
complicated to put together.
Yeah, it
Yes,
is.
she's
It is. To pull this
unbelievable.
out of a hat is tough. It takes skill.
And
Stony CC, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Anyway, continue. Colonel Kurtz,
I
you
was
were
going
going
to
to
say,
say
it really feels like to me that Camille saved her strongest ammunition for this moment. Did they anticipate that Amber was going to take the stand, or what?
I don't know. That was a risk to save these photos for the end.
Maybe they just knew that she was going to do it. Maybe Johnny said, "Hey, this woman is an maniac and a crazy woman, and she's going to demand that she takes the stand." I mean, maybe they're playing master chess. I don't know.
a hell of a gamble. I mean,
It really is.
would you take that gamble?
I
as a
said
lawyer?
I
I
wouldn't
would.
do
Ladies
this
and
cross
gentlemen in the
examination.
gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
Oh, no.
Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has
That's
told the
not-
world that
it's not
he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations.
talk
I was
about
the
that
only
statement.
one making those claims. He wasn't doing that.
Well, we could talk about it.
And
How
he
it
signed his
relates
name to it.
The Washington Post.
You didn't expect many
Exactly.
people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Miss Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I
like
know
a
how many
quasi-closing
people will come
statement.
out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear
Miss
by this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister.
Just let her
Of
talk.
course, I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told
not
this
an
jury
awful
under
answer.
oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that wasn't true, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to
She's finishing
testify
up.
that TMZ had been alerted that you
Yeah.
would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of.
That's
Did
the end of
you?
the. That's the end of the case.
I know how many
folks.
people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. Is I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
And I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury.
Excuse me. I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me.
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do
Curry-
mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
Doesn't look good.
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you
Everybody's a
probably
liar
expected
but
Isaac
me.
Bruce to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
That's the point here.
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Bruce to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with
Bring
your
up
lies.
I relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
you-
wait,
but
you
you
did
didn't
ask her a
cry.
question. You did ask her a question, though. That's
Matt Palzer, thank you so much for
Thank
the
you, Your Honor.
generous super
Ms.
chat.
Heard,
Thank
if-
you so
if
much.
Mr. Baruch felt misled. Who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I
Then
don't
why
blame
would
him
he
for
testify on
crying.
his
This is
behalf?
horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No,
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
no, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection,
there's so
lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years.
Say
And when
that
I
the
was
jury
saying
hasn't
that to
seen
Johnny
any evidence.
on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on, and I have
Where is it?
pictures, we have text, we have everything.
Where is it?
Normally, you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy.
All the
It's
evidence is
easy
in at this point,
to
jury.
not know the context of
Where is
a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence.
Objection,
time to document.
non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically,
Yes,
verbally,
yes,
emotionally,
yes,
psychologically?
yes.
How did the threats
Connie
that
Van
Mr.
Leeuwen.
Depp made
Thank you
against
so
you
much. Very generous of you.
individually
Thank you. Thank
years
you.
ago resemble what you have endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yeah, we're not doing scope.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me
That's a
global
different meaning that she
humiliation.
used for death is the
You
only
saw
way
those
out before.
texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block him.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation, speculation, hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as a non-response.
Ms. Hurd, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Those are
Objection, Your
just-
Honor, lack of foundation.
She's
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again.
Careful.
That's just an echo
Yep.
of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
That's the case.
Thank
So
you.
you can
Thank
have
you
a
for your
seat next
closing
to your
argument,
attorneys.
Amber. In front of you, ladies and gentlemen.
If I can have the attorney's
Well,
approach.
Camille was basically also doing closing argument as well.
Of course, but
100%.
she is also an attorney. She's one of the attorneys in the room. It's weird to have that coming from a witness.
So yeah, now they're asking is there any reason not to dismiss the jury for the day, basically.
Yeah, well, and there isn't. This is the case. That was the case, everybody.
I mean,
All right. All right, that cross went well. I was scared. I thought it would, but I was just afraid that Amber might somehow miracle, do something decent. She didn't.
If anything, she was worse that
also,
time.
Did anybody else catch when she said that's why I wrote the op-ed about him?
Oh no,
Yes.
that whole sequence.
That
of-
admission to the
Yes.
to that this is definitely about you. It'll be interesting to see if they try to weasel out of that on closing tomorrow. But Johnny's team
luck.
can totally use that. You heard her yesterday right here say that's why I wrote the op-ed about him.
yeah, no,
wow.
that whole
From
sequence.
her
was
last
very
words, she admits the truth.
Mhm.
Her attitude was so different in this. This was exactly the moment that I've been hoping for and thought for sure we were not going to get, and it was so terrible just from a lay person's perspective. And so I'm curious, I guess you think that her team advised her not to do this.
Yes.
She went ahead and did this, and it's been a disaster, right?
Absolute disaster. This is the exact opposite of sticking the landing for Amber Heard's team. This is somebody doing a massive belly flop from like 30 stories up.
She got so snarly in that particular response pattern that was rough. I mean, I know there was a super chat that said I looked pained during the cross examination. I know this might not make sense because I think Johnny has the right of these stories. I don't actually take pleasure in seeing somebody get eviscerated like that.
Yeah.
And so that's, if I looked pained, it was Amber Heard was cracking. And it was
Your next witness?
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this
I don't
matter.
think they have any more time.
What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and then the case will be
9 a.m.
submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go. Tomorrow, I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you within reason. I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday.
Okay.
I would like to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come
So
earlier,
she's
that's up to
assuming
you.
they're not going to
You
make a
can decide
decision
as a group
tomorrow.
if you want to come earlier
Fair
than 9 o'clock,
assumption.
but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock just to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go. Okay? So have a good evening and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
Woo!
good luck, Jerry.
Woo!
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just going to say this real quick. That was a mistake to bring Amber back in the stand. Camille ate her lunch like I knew she would. Bruh, if Johnny does not win this case, there is something wrong with the criminal justice system, especially these jurors. That was a beating. I mean, an absolute beating. So I look for him to hear what you guys think. Go ahead and leave some comments, and let's listen to the lawyers and hear what their thoughts were on it.
I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
Yes, Jeff, sorry, I'm just seeing your comment. Yeah, that was a beating, bruh. That was ugly.
Yeah. I wish we could see
Yeah,
these arguments. but-
exactly.
I would actually be interested in watching
Exactly.
them too. I don't think they'll be telling.
Amber's ridiculous.
Oh, Pirate Grace.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for
everybody's
your
against
generous super
her.
chats. This is classic BPD and
She's
therapy.
correct.
Boundaries must be
It's
established.
nobody
to
else's
maintain
fault. Everybody's
control of
lying
BS.
but her.
Curry set boundaries.
Great.
Hughes let AH take control and got sucked in. BPD patients are a threat to the MH profession as well. And Lillian to Marie, thank you also for your generous super chat. A question: AH is crying and stating all the rules to be followed around her due to PTSD. Wouldn't that cross-examination be triggering and upsetting for her? AH responses seem angry and defensive. Thanks to all for the commentary. Inspiring to hear great minds discuss. Thank you. Those are some very kind words. I think one would think that if the supposed hoax claims are in fact triggering for her for PTSD, that she would have been triggered on the stand as well. Law Patrol. Wow. Thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says, couldn't think of a better way to make this more crazy. $250 for 200.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it. I'm not going to get any rest. I'm going to go get some lunch. But I will leave the stream up for people who want to keep watching and hear what the lawyers have to say. I'm just going to grab a quick bite. I'll be back.
Thank you also for
And
your
I'll
very
see you guys
generous
soon.
super
Feel
chat.
free to
Runkle
keep
made it.
watching.
Yay.
Thank
We
you
love
for being
watching
there,
you guys.
Jeff. You've
Thanks
been there
for
every
what you
day
do.
with me. I
I
appreciate
cannot
you, brother.
wait to hear what he has to say about the jury and their reactions from this last go round.
No joke.
Hope, you were saying that that it was controversial for the judge to allow this. Could you explain that quickly? The cross examination.
Well, the cross is only supposed to be within the scope of the direct testimony. And so the big long sidebar was about, okay, so Amber Heard gets up here and says, this is what harmed me. That the Adam Waldman statements, what they call the Depp Waldman statements, is what harmed me and it caused me this pain. And then it's realistically just a jumping off point for, I want to talk about kind of in soliloquy form, how sad this makes me and how mad I am at Johnny Depp, which is fine. That's well within her rights. But then Camille goes up and says, well, if we're going to talk about what caused this pain, I get to cross on anything that might have caused that pain. Right. And you can see a lot of hand movements and a lot of arguments. Ben's up there going, that's freaking crap. That's not what this is. Camille wins that. And then you get essentially what amounts to a real cross. I mean, you get a version of what we saw the first time. Only I don't know whether Amber wasn't expecting it or wasn't prepared for it or just has had it up to here with Camille. You got a much more snarly person. And one of the things I said yesterday was, Johnny up there first time in a long while made me think, hey, this guy could be on.
What's going on, y'all?
Join us. Been a while. How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Good.
This is your first time on the channel during the trial. Actually, your first time on this channel
My
ever.
first time on the channel, period. And I think I came at
you
a
waited
good
until
time.
I had more subs. I get it.
Right,
I get it.
Right when the trial ends.
The channel was too small before for Attorney Tom, but now he can. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's true. It's all true.
I'm kidding. I'm just giving you a hard time, of course. Detective Seeds, thanks so much for this very generous super chat. Says congrats on 250K. Thank you. It is well deserved for a great person who has helped redefine the way people watch trials and understand the law. Can't wait to be on with you guys. Well, I will say I have not done much to redefine anything. This is a model that I did not invent. I don't want anyone to think that I am taking claim for that, but I happily am continuing on with this particular model. I think it's a great one. I think it's fantastic. And I love all the folks that have been joining on with us. So
I disagree, Alita. This is groundbreaking. It really is. What this whole panel has done, what Emily D. Baker's done, not Nick. But I mean, y'all are pulling in absurd numbers. Y'all are educating people. Y'all are making trials bearable. I've had, my sister, I was at the airport the other day. The lady next to me was watching Emily D. Baker. My sister has made comments about how this has made, trial bearable or people have understand it more. And, I've had my sister asking me about, what does this objection mean? What does this mean? What does that mean? I mean, you don't sell yourself short. I really think that this trial, what y'all have done here is amazing.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Well, I think it's been definitely a very educational process for a lot of us, and even those of us on the panel. I mean, I feel like we're all still learning through our conversations that we're having with one another, our disagreements and whatnot. And it's just
all
been
every day. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I think it's just been a great experience. Let me get this super chat really quick, and then we'll continue with the conversation. RF says, was that just a live execution on TV? That may be the closest thing that we will ever see to a live execution. And thank you for your generosity there as well. So Attorney Tom, have you managed to, I guess Matt Pelzer also, thank you. CV is killing this, but JD's whole team deserves credit for having all this lined up and ready to go. Yes. That is teamwork right there as well. So yes, thank you for your generosity too. So Attorney Tom, have you been able to check out much of this trial as it's been going on? I know it's been.
I've been watching your highlights. That's about it.
Recaps. Okay. The recaps.
Recaps our boss.
Yeah.
I don't know how I managed to keep up with those over the last.
None of us understand it, so if you don't understand it, we don't have a chance.
But I'm glad that those have been useful to people, because I ahead of time that was a pretty important thing for me personally, because I've been there when you have a trial that you can't make it into the courtroom, and for whatever reason it's not being televised, but you want to know what's going on, and you want to find out by Googling it, and none of the headlines are accurate or detailed enough to really get a good understanding, and to really be able to really glean what's actually going on. And so I've been on the receiving end of some of those recaps in the past, and so I was like, there's a lot of people that are interested in this that don't have the time to actually sit and watch trial all day. So I'm glad that they were useful.
Yeah.
Also, where's this one? Peter, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Very generous. Says Attorney Tom only became a lawyer because it meant he had to pass the bar since he hadn't. Since he can't pass the bar for the kiddie rides at the county fair. Oh my gosh, someone just paid me $100 to troll you, Tom.
Good. Please, if anybody else wants to troll me, $100, give it to Alita. Let's do it. I'll sit here all day.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Oh man. So what are your thoughts on this, Tom? Since you're the newest brain on this panel to approach this case.
Yeah, so my immediate thought was there's a big and I don't want to talk bad, but I think objectively from what I've seen, there's a big difference in the quality of lawyering between Amber Heard's team and Johnny Depp's team. I think Johnny Depp's team has put on a more concise case. I think on top of Amber Heard's team maybe struggling to articulate the right questions, they've also put on some.
Just so you guys know, I'm going to switch over to
just,
Nick Ricado's stream so you can watch Nick Ricado.
I filmed this morning a recap. I watched
what their thoughts
Dr.
are.
Spiegel, the expert that they were testifying. How if you're Amber.
And might go after him for offering testimony if he sues them, or if they sue him now. Like that'll be all over, reported everywhere. But
you mean we'll report it. So
yeah. Oh man. Well, I've got invites out to DUI guy and James from court. We'll see. Hopefully they'll be popping in at some point here.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to duck out for about 10 minutes. I'm gonna sign out completely, and then I'll sign back in as soon as I get myself freed up. Something just come up on my end. So talk to you all soon.
All right,
see you, Andrew.
Okay, I'm gonna hit some of these super chats. We'll make sure and get all the super chats that have come in today read, and stuff. I knew this would be a short day on the actual trial time, so should be plenty of time to do that, and try and address any questions or comments that you may have. Raider Fangkeef says they can cross her for as long as they want with their remaining hours. They could, as long as they didn't go beyond the scope of direct. The scope of direct got really broad because her direct was this generalized woe is me, this was all done to me thing. So Camille was able to say, well, you did this to yourself though, and go into these individual people, and she did really well on that. Darius Harvey says she is getting destroyed. Lol. Yes. David Woodmansey says, how in God's name could her attorneys not see the two pictures were the same thing? Are they that inept? Well, it was 4 days of testimony with a week break. They weren't inept. They just trusted everybody to not notice. And did you hear anybody before today talk about it? That they did that. They got that in. I didn't notice. I haven't heard anyone notice. I haven't seen and when people uncover stuff in these trials, especially when I'm covering them to, multiple thousands of people, I get emails and messages. Did you see this? Did you see this? Did you see this? There's no Twitter video showing those two bits of testimony. I don't know that anybody caught that. That was amazing. People are saying, I noticed, saw it on Twitter. Well, okay. Well, you guys all failed to spam my inbox with it. So that's your fault. It's not my fault. But I don't think the jury doesn't have, though. The jury doesn't have Twitter, presumably. The jury doesn't have an email inbox of people telling them. The jury doesn't even have discussion with other jurors about what they saw. They're just supposed to go home at the end of every day. I think her bringing that back together was such a solid, necessary point. Tankrat says confession through projection. Whitney's face when Camille was on cross-examination was priceless. I didn't see it. Let's see. Everyone has covered this. Andrea talked about it yesterday on your channel. I don't remember that.
Yeah,
Maybe
actually,
she did.
Andrea had a tweet up about it, and somebody had tagged me in it. So I guess Andrea had posted about it. So I don't know whether they're checking people's Twitters, but the legal team is. But that would be very interesting.
Could be. Could be. Well, I guess disregard everything I said. I don't remember that. I don't even remember Andrea talking about it on the show.
I'll find it.
yesterday.
I was tagged.
No, I believe you. You don't need to make
Okay.
an offer of proof, counsel.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to unreliable testimony in this case that
pictures or it didn't happen.
No, I trust it, but this is so illustrative. This is the nature of court, especially a long proceeding. You never know what's hit with any particular person, what they do. And if Andrea talked about it on my show, and I heard her talking about it, but I wasn't really clear on what picture she was talking about, it doesn't actually register to me, right? So that's how it hit me. So that's really interesting. Thanks for pointing that out. That people have talked about it, but that's great. I think it's still a very great move to put it in front of the jury because they don't have Twitter. So cool. Back to Alyssa Wilkins. I was reading this one. We got cut off rudely by the court. She says, I had a very bad injury to the tip of my finger when a window fell on it during my first year of college, destroyed one side of my fingernail. At one point, they were talking about taking the tip off. They didn't and had to regrow the fingernail. Long recovery. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Joe Tacey, when Amber takes the stand on rebuttal, is Cross limited to whatever her team introduces on rebuttal, or can Depp's team dive into topics previously discussed in the trial but not discussed during direct on rebuttal? Love the content. Well, all testimony on Cross is limited to the scope of the direct that it's responding to, except in this case when the judge overruled that objection every single time, and except in Kyle Rittenhouse when the judge overruled that objection every single time. Sometimes judges want more evidence in the record, and so it is supposed to be limited to the scope of direct, but here they had some pretty good leeway. Now, Amber Heard also opened the door on direct to so much testimony through her just generalized, accusatory statements that they were allowed to go wherever they wanted pretty much, but it could have been limited. Daniel Chapman, when will this expert finally say Bueller, anyone? Chill about fee. I'm just waiting for Annie Lennox to be called as a witness for walking on broken glass. Austin Olson, my dog split my thumbnail in half with his tooth. Never once did my nail turn black or blue. God, that had to hurt. No, your nail will only turn black or blue if there's nowhere for the blood underneath it to go. If you have a cut or a separation of the nail from the skin that goes to where the blood is pooling, it'll come out. It'll pour out. It won't turn black and blue. And that's pretty common. And sometimes if you get a nasty one that's black and blue, you have to pierce the nail to relieve the pressure.
Drill through yeah, exactly.
So, Michael, I was watching Deadliest Catch one time, and those crab cages are like hundreds of pounds. And one of them,
800 pounds.
The guy had his fingers, like his thumbs, up on the top, and another one smashed down on it. And you could see, like, it was all swollen and like blue or whatever. So they're like, well, you got to pop that sucker. And he's like, what? And so he started drinking, and then they got like a safety pin, a big ass safety pin, and heated it up, and they popped right through the nail with it. And that looked like it hurt so bad. To the guy's credit,
my office.
To the guy's credit, he just went. Yep. But those guys are pretty fucking tough, though. So
Oh, the crew injuries that I've seen, some of the most horrific pictures I've ever seen were people getting injured on vessels.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. What's the worst? What's the worst injury that you can think of?
Do you want to be demonetized or just go for it?
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, the worst I ever saw was pictures. The term penis degloving should give you a bit of an idea where this goes. The guy he was standing in front of one of these gigantic ship mooring ropes that are at least this big around to tie the ship to the pier, and I mean they can get this big, but this particular one like snapped. And the tension on those things is ridiculous. And it literally skinned him from one knee up his thigh, across his crotch, and down his other knee. It literally just peeled his skin off. He had no skin.
It's like a whip. I mean, when you see like a whip crack and it just strip the skin away for a minute, it's like that, except the whip is your entire penile area.
It just took him from one knee up his crotch, down his other inside of his thigh. And you'd never want to see some junk photographed that way.
No,
but I mean, there's like gruesome ones. Like a guy had like a high tension wire snap and sliced it like diagonally from like breastbone to the shoulder.
Yeah.
And another who happened to be standing under a gigantic platform of granite when the crane rope snapped and just pancaked him.
Oof.
I mean, that wasn't even gruesome. That was just a pancake.
Yeah. There are two great maritime injuries that I think of. The first one was in Die Hard with a Vengeance, right? When they're gonna jump down onto the boat and they've got the and he's like, oh, we could just jump down and grab those cables. He's like, nah, there's steel cables that slice you in half.
Yeah, you
and
do.
then they get the idea to throw the truck winch down and like catch onto the thing and then ride the truck down. And there's that guy walking and the truck swings by and just chops him in half. I love that one. The other one was, I think it was Dave Matthews Band driving over they were on a bus. You know, the bridge.
Yeah.
Story,
The
right?
bridge story.
Yeah. They're on a tour bus driving across the bridge and it's a graded bridge. And they flush the septic out of the truck. And there's like a tour boat underneath, and all of Dave Matthews' shit lands on this this river boat going under the bridge.
Well, see, this is the thing. I mean, like, we're probably freaking out the chat now, but this is the thing. Like doctors, lawyers, and police officers, we have this odd occupational sense of humor. You hear so much shit. Nobody ever comes into your office with a really good story for a really good reason. People come to you because they have problems, and you develop this really, really dark sense of humor.
Because you have to. I mean, you work a single child abuse case, a single one, and you're like, well, my soul is dead. So that's it. Or legitimate spousal abuse cases, and you see the photos, you see the actual, you see the x-rays, you get the doctor's reports and stuff, and you have to have some mirth about what you can, because what you deal with ends up being really, really horrific.
Listen, I don't know what you guys were dealing with, but the worst thing I had to deal with was someone tossing a gopher tortoise. So I mean, I didn't have to deal with any of this deviant ass shit.
Man,
we did have one guy that did walk too close to a stabilizing rotor on a helicopter. That was pretty cool. Just it literally just like half his face. There was his face laying on the ground, like eyes, cheeks, mouth. I mean, just like you bite. Yeah, it was like
I understand. I get it.
We got it. The helicopters in the cartel. Okay, very cool. No, I mean, so like on the horrific injury part, I didn't have to deal with too many. Mine was, child and spousal abuse cases. I had a couple of those, but on the darkness factor, I thank God it wasn't my case, but I had to do the plea hearing as a stand-in on a case where a guy impregnated his own daughter. And it's like, this is dark. You gotta develop a sense of humor and mirth, because otherwise, that's why lawyers have substance abuse problems, frankly, is shit like that. So anyway, now
that'd be almost worse as a stand-in, because like you had nothing to do with the original case. You just got to be the bearer of shitty news.
the reason I was a stand-in is because they were going to hire me. They definitely were going to hire me. They definitely were going to pay the retainer, but then they never did. But they never paid the other guy the retainer either, I don't think. And so he thought they were going to hire me, so he was planning on being out of the case, and so he had scheduled a trip with a family member. And so then when the hearing came up and they hadn't hired me to do it, he's like, he hired me to do the hearing for him, because he was going to be out of town. So I did it, but I had familiarity with the client in the case, but it wasn't, I wasn't actually on it. Thank God. Cause it was a rough case, and pled guilty, 12 years in prison, which was a very light, like that was I don't know why the prosecutor agreed to that. That wasn't negotiated by me, because the prosecutor had the opportunity to go for 60 years on him, and and negotiated down to 12. So I guess props to that other lawyer. He did a damn good job negotiating that one.
Yeah.
Michael McCartney says, how many times have they said his hand was over the edge? That means the bottle didn't come from a downward trajectory. It came from across the room, not from the ceiling. Yeah, that one's kind of annoying, because it's like, there's no way the bottle came down on his fingertip. It had to come across.
Like that.
Because Amber Heard isn't 19 feet tall, and she didn't arc the bottle. Like, it's not a mortar lob onto Johnny Depp's hand. So she's throwing a bottle. It's going to come at a downward angle, probably about 15 to 20 degrees down, and smash into something. I mean, that's how a thrown bottle goes.
They tried to make it sound like they were alleging it just came down perpendicular to the tabletop.
Right, which is silly, because that's not how things work. Now, if he had testified that she walked up and smashed the bottle down on his hand, different story. Okay, here we go. Michael McCartney, how many times have they said, oh wait, I read that one. Let's see. Chris Willauer says, Dr. Fingers, are you just here for your 15 minutes of fame? Yes, I wish they would have asked that of the 22-year hand surgeon. Are you just here latching on to Johnny's star? This guy's like, I own more Ferraris than people that you've met. Nancy Focus, if he punched the wall / phone, then why are there no other damage to his hand? Hello. Yeah. That and the attempted gotcha on Johnny with the phone thing, when they were clearly misrepresenting the fact that there's no phone on the wall, but there was a phone on the bar, and they're trying to impute the phone on the bar's presence to being on the wall, was just dirty. I didn't like that. Daniel Chapman, how long before Elaine says to this witness, Eugene Levy, isn't it true that you knew you'd be on TV? You knew this would be your 15 minutes of fame. Artemis Treist, anything never said about worry getting her out of Australia and not jailed first? Immediate Depp brain versus Amber brain think. Get her out, then tell truth for proper care. I'm not 100% sure Oh, okay. I'm not following 100% on that. Squizgar, Nick, make the stream stop lagging. It is clearly your fault. Stop trying to blame StreamYard. StreamYards is perfect and never have errors or lag in their audio interface. Is perfect. Yeah. Gnome John. People were saying like Emily Baker didn't have lag. Correct. And if I was doing a solo stream, I wouldn't use StreamYard. I would use OBS, probably, or something like that. And it wouldn't be a big deal. Oh, except that I'm also restreaming to Rumble and to Odyssey, which gets complicated. Just Me says, I had all fingers on my left hand through the pulley on a tractor motor.
Oh.
By the time I got to the house, it looked like 4 plumes on the end of my hand. 4 plums, I guess, on the end of my hand. Grandfather strapped my hand down and drilled through all 4 nails with scissors. Wasn't fun.
Yeah, my dad jammed his finger in a semi truck door, and he's since he was like in his 20s, he's had this permanent gigantic blood blister in his fingers. That just sucks.
Yeah. Gnome John says, Branka, your book and courses were pimped out on a Pink Rabbits live stream last night. She thinks your site is sketchy as heck. That was Pipkin Pippa. Petrie 883, Amber to Johnny. Psst, no one's looking. Please punch me in the face so I can win. Okay, thanks. Tina Lewis says, Nick, you should hit that like button to the banner. I should, but I didn't. We've got Matthew Self. Chat, just open another stream, but mute the audio if you care that much about the lag. Loreddit Silver member, could Amber arriving in a pickup truck be a tactical move to make her look more relatable? In movies, the rich and powerful bad guys always drive big SUVs, while we associate trucks with the normal working class. Just seems odd. I'm not sure why the switch to the truck. Maybe their rental ran out. It's also important to remember, actually, now that I say that, I believe during the week off, both Amber and Johnny did leave the Fairfax, Virginia area. Johnny went to Europe. Who knows where Amber went? Probably back to hell for a little bit, only to resurface later. But you can assume, one could assume that Johnny has a specific Cadillac Escalade with security measures in it for this purpose. And one could also assume that Amber Heard maybe cannot afford a customized Cadillac Escalade with full security features and might have had a rental SUV followed by a rental truck when she got back. So it could be that simple. But yeah, there are people, like I remember Glenn Beck talking about when he buys an Escalade, what he does, he buys it, he strips out the GPS and all the OnStar stuff. He has bulletproof glass put in and all this work done to the Escalade. And I saw it when I was down at the Blaze Studios. I saw his Escalade and I was like, oh, I bet that thing's cool.
It's like a mini, Secret Service vehicle.
Little tank.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're little tanks. So yeah, that I think that might be the more logical explanation though. Well, what do we got here? What's going on here?
Are they back in the court?
No, they're leaving the courthouse. Hold on. I'm getting there. Listen to the harassment she's getting. People threatening to microwave her baby live.
She's not crying anymore.
No, Whitney was smiling.
Whitney just looks like a concentration camp survivor. I feel bad for her.
There's Johnny. Oh, Johnny was right there when she came out. I'm very shocked they actually had her come out of the courtroom with him present. No, they
didn't have a fake reaction this time.
Normally they will.
Starstruck.
It's the difference.
Yeah, it is a big difference.
If there's any truth to people coming out of the woodwork for Johnny Depp, it's not because of his celebrity, it's because of this.
I have a feeling we will see each other again.
It's that personability that he exhibits.
Johnny, this is our baby. I'll be your mackerel.
No. That's gonna get copyright claimed.
What, the music?
Straight into Bob Marley. I love it.
Oh yeah. Well, R.I.P. The Marley estate.
The difference is staggering. It's staggering.
Well, at least this time we didn't hear any boos. It was just silent.
Well, To be fair, we may have not heard from the perspective, but yeah.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. They also may have corrected for booze.
Yeah.
Kind of like they
so
corrected
Nick,
for vuvuzelas during the World Cup.
That was ridiculous.
And then
Yeah,
you
the
could
World Cup
still
was
hear them.
ridiculous.
They fixed it a little bit, but you could still hear that it was constant. Oh,
Well, you should have been here in Korea when that shit was going on in 2022, in 2002. That was wild.
Wait, did they have vuvuzelas though, or no?
No,
Yeah.
just World Cup. What?
No,
Here?
because
In
they
Korea?
came out the World Cup before.
Well, the World Cup with the famous vuvuzelas is like 20.
Was that the next one? 26?
2010?
Oh no, it would have been 2006. Yeah, I think. Or no, it was 2010. Right?
Well, then what?
It was either
That's
6 or
something
10.
that was really annoying at the Korean World Cup.
Well,
people.
I was gonna say Koreans.
Hey, what are you gonna do?
South Africa was 2010.
Okay, so yeah, wow. Never mind.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just too
remember.
old.
I remember 06 because I was working at Wells Fargo and I didn't do any work. I sat at my desk watching World Cup on the lobby TVs, and if anybody came up for help, I was like, go away. It's like I don't care.
I remember what it was. It was like the next year, all of the like Korean baseball team fans brought
Oh God.
stands. That's what it was.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
And you just like wanted to beat people to death.
Man, that was absurd. But yeah, finding out like I think I talked to someone who worked for ESPN or something like that while that was going on, and they were talking about the audio correction that they were doing live. And he's like, what you heard on TV was horrible, but what we heard in real life was so much worse.
Yeah.
Like it was just endless.
Haunt your dreams.
Yeah. Paul Mullen, I was involved in a pressurized explosion. I suffered corneal abrasions, loss of blood through my pores, and a 4-inch long piece of steel sticking in my left hand. By Rotten Dick's logic, I should have looked like a porcupine. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. His idea that shattered glass will automatically leave a bunch of slivers and glass fragments in the rest of your body. But that's not how explosions work. It's not how punctures or slashes work. You might get cut, you might not. There's one of the more famous guys in, I don't remember his name, but in auto testing, before they invented crash test dummies, there was a guy, and he said, we need to test these things. And so he would sit there bare shirted or no, unbeshirted or whatever. And they would launch glass at him as if it was like a 30 or 40 mile an hour car collision, and use a high-speed camera to measure it hitting his back. And you could see, and the guy just agreed to do that so they could work on the safety measures of the glass.
That's a hell of a consent.
Yep.
There's got to be a better way of doing that.
Well, there is. Now it's a crash test dummy, but
like
he
an
was
OSHA approved.
he was the original, and he would do like those like 35 mile an hour wall collisions and stuff. He did those. I mean, they didn't go too high because they were still trying to not kill him.
This
But,
wasn't the Guinness Book of World Record guy with the face with the wind, the G-force guy, was it?
No. I wish I'm
Wow.
sure someone in the chat like knows that guy's name, but I was watching a documentary about him. It's like, dude, you are insane. You didn't get paid enough. No matter what you got paid.
There's no compensation for that.
Missy Lania says this forensic expert of Amber Heard's looks and sounds like Harvey Feinstein's long lost child.
Yes, he did.
Oh my God. Amber's photos were not photoshopped. I reviewed all of them. I reviewed all of the photoshopped photos and none of them were. So I didn't really review any.
Mike, again, they left him open. They left that poor sap open for the immediate cross-examination question that Dennison asked. He said, so you're here to testify under oath that none of the photos introduced in evidence by Ms. Heard are photoshopped. I can't do that. I only can testify about these specific photos I was given. Well, and what the hell are you here for? Like,
right.
What is the fact that they did not give him every single photo that was in evidence from their side and say, please come up with your validity arguments for all of these is insane to me, like that they didn't do that. So Mike the Dad Crosby says it's the motion of the editor, not the file size of the picture. Lancelot 652, did Amber only bring people with vocal fries? I can't stand his voice. Okay, so this was brought up on Kiwi Farms, asking if I had talked about this. And I think I have, but Amber's witness list were all people that were relative to her less attractive for her
Yes.
experts.
Yes.
All
that's
of the
fair.
people she hired, none of them would compete with her in terms of attention or appearance. And I think there might be something to that, to the histrionic personality disorder. I think she's very intimidated by people who are perceived as more attractive than her, or more competent, or more anything, more talented in any way. And I think that's to her detriment, honestly. In a trial like this, with so many people watching, it's not fair, it's not right, but the looks of the people involved matter. And when it's your ass on the line, hire the best looking people you can.
Exactly.
I hate
It's
to say it.
objective. There's data. No, there's data. I mean, literally, you view them as more reliable, trustworthy, convincing. I mean, it's just objective, and it works for men and women, right? It's cross genders. Attractive people are convincing, are the best, and that's why you put on a suit going into court, right? You don't go in there in your t-shirt and your I would say wife beater, but I guess that's the wrong thing,
That's a 3-piece suit now. The new wife beater is a 3-piece suit with a pocket square that coordinates with your tie. I mean,
I'd like to know, number one, where Johnny Depp gets his ties, and two, can I afford one of them?
Well, you probably can, but I mean, it's probably a custom everything that he's wearing is probably custom.
I mean, he rocks some nice, and I hate ties, and he rocks some nice ties.
Oh, the tie today had no color coordination with his suit, but it worked really fucking well anyway. Like there was no obvious color coordination, but the color combination worked amazingly. It's like, God, how do you just looking good? But it's critical. It's critical to that. People perceive they associate attractiveness with intelligence at first glance. And it's weird that they do, but they just do. And with credibility.
As the poet says, every girl crazy about a sharp-dressed man.
It's true. It's true. Ethan Westcott says, I just looked at some EXIF data off my iPhone. I have photos that were synced over iCloud all the way back from my iPhone 6. The software field still shows 10.2, not iPhone 3. Yeah. I mean, I think so. He tried to deftly conflate EXIF and metadata in his testimony. And I don't think he was super convincing for the jury, but maybe he was. Welcome back.
Thank you
Andrew.
very much.
Someone wanted you to know that your book and website were reviewed by a pink bunny on YouTube the other day.
Is that that's not a porn thing?
It sounds like
No.
a sex store. It does sound like a sex store. And I'm gonna be
It
honest.
sounds like it, but it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's a VTuber, which is worse than a sex store.
It's less wholesome.
VTubers are people who use like, instead of being on a camera, they have software that maps their face and puts it onto an animated character. It syncs their mouth movements.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah,
Well, I was
it's
gonna say
digital
it's gross,
furry.
but I should
They are the
they
most
said positive or negative things about me before I say something insulting.
I think they said they'd be open to interviewing you, but I do think they said your website was sketchy sounding or sketchy looking. So,
You say, Your Honor, I'm not a cat.
but it's Pipkin Pippa, who's hilarious. So I wouldn't take.
Are
any
they on
offense from
YouTube?
it. Yeah. Oh, please watch a Pippa stream. That's the funniest thing that could happen from this.
I mean,
So am I looking for Pink Bunny or am I looking for
No, type in Pipkin, Pipkin, and then Pippa, Pippa.
I want a reaction
see
video
that.
on this.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh wow.
All right. I guess I will check it out sometime.
Kawaii.
There you
And full disclosure, whilst you were gone, I ordered a copy of your book.
Oh, well, the free one, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want the audiobook so I can do it too, but I'm cheap.
Okay.
Oh, that stream is gone. Dang. Apparently. Etsaru says, do you think the jury actually cares about metadata at this point? Or do you think they're just going just one more day?
Ain't no more days left.
I don't think the metadata testimony was particularly effective for Amber Heard's counsel today because he didn't put the pictures up.
No.
They didn't pull the pictures up that he was talking about. Like you said, it's just this text wall. It's very boring. And I talked about this before any metadata experts were brought in, that discussions of metadata to jurors is boring. It's really technical. They're not used to it. But discussions of pictures side by side with obvious color correction done, much easier, much simpler. And so I think that portion of Johnny Depp's expert was useful. I don't know if the rest was, but yeah, discussion of metadata is so like, who cares?
There has to be a why there. And the why is not apparent unless it's directly connected to the image itself that the jury is seeing while you're talking about the data.
Right.
And we didn't have that. I mean, I have to wonder, what are we in sixth week now of this trial? Something
Yeah.
like that?
Yep.
It's, could there be any jurors who are still undecided? Really? I mean,
There'd have
whichever
to
way
be
they may fall, it's hard to believe that it wasn't until today that they really were leaning one way or the other.
There'd have to be something big. I mean, and I think that's why they swung for the fences with Amber Heard's emotional ploy. I don't think it was useful.
It's already working in the press, though. They've already started circulating all the stories and everything else. The baby and the microwave. That's already rolling. So I've had people sending me the articles right now. So very effective. Once again, highly effective in the PR.
That would be helpful.
Oh, I had a good time.
Okay. I already
jury instruction motion
potential
hearings.
order, but let's go ahead and go through them. Oh, one thing I'll do for the record first. Plaintiff's 287, which is the same as defendant's 780T, is a corrupted file that we received from both of you. I guess it's corrupted on both of them. And nobody seems to be able to do anything about it. So I think it might just be that it's in evidence. However, it's not going to go back to the jury because it's corrupted. Okay, does everybody agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. It's
Okay.
just an Eastern Columbia building video, so that's fine.
That's just, it's corrupt.
This whole damn
Okay, do
system
you have
is
more
corrupt.
exhibits to give
Mistrial.
here?
Mistrial. Let's do it all again.
Grift hard.
All right.
Oh.
All right, so these, you want to get your list, Jamie? and
This is
make
cool.
sure-
We get to see this.
It's corrupted.
All
like
right,
Amber
it's
Heard
defendants
years.
393,
It smells of mackerel.
821, 857, 857A, 883, 1859.
Uchihara Zoro
1905.
says, why didn't Johnny Depp's counsel bring up the mismatch between Amber Heard and Whitney's testimonies, which are inconsistent? Because they'll do it
1050.
on cross or on closing argument. That's where you hit that. You don't want her to clean up the inconsistency.
This seems to be a longer one. Hold on. And
Tank
I
Rat.
think that is it, correct? All right, are you missing any other exhibits?
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes,
we
you have some?
from
Okay.
today.
Let's
Yes.
go ahead and get those.
Let's see. Tank Rat says, wasn't it in discovery to turn over all
All right, so
devices
these were
and
the
cloud access to
two-
Depp's team for confirmation? Yes.
Oh, these.
As far as I know,
All right,
Heard's
so we
team
have-
only gave Depp's team the data.
Okay, I think
Also,
I think this one's theirs.
Heard's team
All
gave
right, so I
Depp's
have
team the
plaintiff's
date of the
exhibit
kitchen video yet.
1316 and 1317.
Not that I know of.
Yeah. 1301, does anybody have 1301? Plaintiff's 1301? An Instagram post.
Almost as bad.
We'll get it, Your Honor.
711A and 711A and 711B, the one without the metadata, and one with the metadata showing. It was the same pictures, but it showed the metadata.
I believe that was 712A and 712 and 713A.
Yes,
I just remember leaving
Just
for
have
Orlando
712,
on April
713A.
30th, thinking, well, this trial will be over by the time I get back.
Trying to get all the exhibits together right now so we have them all together so we can review them.
And then the other one is 120D is not in evidence, but on their list is in evidence.
120D, as in David?
Yes.
So 120D was listed as, you had it as an evidence, but we do not have it in evidence. All right. Is that all the pieces of evidence?
I have a question for the panel on their opinion on something that I think was a misstep.
Good. Okay. So we are very close to
In a
getting all of
minute.
that. I don't want to leave here until we have every piece of evidence with Jamie and everybody has reviewed it. So we don't have to review that tomorrow and waste time with that. Okay. All right. So now I think we can do jury instructions, correct? All right. Let me just go over the ones that we had a few issues with.
Yeah, this will be good.
Yeah.
At the first one I'm going to go over is the self-defense. There's two, that would be number 28 and 29, correct? And I took those under advisement.
Oh my God, it is a use of force
Section to
case.
the self-defense. All right. So what evidence do we have in trial that would allow to have these two jury instructions?
Sure, Your Honor. So I think there's evidence in the record showing that, Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent, that, he was retained in connection with the UK litigation and with this litigation. There's evidence that he engaged with third parties in that capacity, that he met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Depp, and that he believed Mr. Depp's version of events. So I think all of that, is relevant evidence to a self-defense, that Mr. Waldman made those statements in self-defense on behalf of Mr. Depp.
All right. So you're saying if agency is found.
If agency is found.
We believe they're inappropriate, Your Honor. First of all, we have not been able to locate case law, but
We found one from 1860?
That might have been-
1887.
And I know I had seen one a
We
while
said it was a
back.
reversible error if you didn't give the self-defense one. So
Well, I know I'd taken a look at one a while back. I think, but I don't have a case site for you. I think it's a question of law as to whether it applies. So at a minimum, I think we should figure that out, I guess. But the reason we don't think it should apply is these were statements that were made by Mr. Waldman in 2020. I guess it was before Ms. Heard's counterclaim. So if he's saying that
it goes to the op-ed, I think.
Understood. So if he's saying that this lawsuit was a statement in response to the op-ed, statements that were made a year and a half later by Mr. Waldman, and it doesn't, I mean, again, Your Honor, the key words are fairly and reasonably. So obviously both sides are going to argue defamatory implication and what did the op-ed really mean, and did it say these things? But saying even under their theory,
Some weird defamatory version of
you're representing domestic abuse.
Not my version of
So to say that then it's fair for Mr. Waldman a year and a half later to make public statements that Amber and her friends roughed up the place and spilled a little wine, all the things that he said in those statements, that's not fairly and reasonably. Ms. Heard responded fairly and reasonably to Mr. Depp's case through her counterclaim. The parties can speak to each other in the courtroom here, but saying that if someone makes a statement in an op-ed, that then you can go and do whatever you want for 2 years, say whatever you
get
want.
to engage
And
in
obviously
the
there's
public
only
if
3
people
statements that
publicly
comprise the
defame you.
counterclaim. But as the evidence has shown, it was part of a pattern by Mr. Waldman. It's the opposite of proportionate. It's the opposite of fair and reasonable response.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's opportunity for a fair and reasonable response, well, we don't believe it was either, but he had the opportunity to file a lawsuit in this court.
That's not what
to
that
have
means.
Mr. Waldman be his attack dog and to say anything Mr. Waldman then says as his attack dog is somehow fair and
Are you
reasonable.
an attack dog, sir?
Appropriate. And I do think that before Your Honor gives it, we need to confirm whether it's a question of law.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Roddenborn noted that this lawsuit was a response to the op-ed, but I think there could be multiple statements in response to the op-ed. So I think that's not dispositive of anything. And the statements were clearly a direct response to Ms. Heard's allegations on their face. And whether that response was fair and reasonable is a jury question.
I don't what do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
Okay, I don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not if there is any evidence that a jury could find it being protected speech, not the weight of the evidence, but if there is
Called a
any
fact
evidence. And I don't
question.
think it's my role to weigh that evidence as far as how long it was made afterwards.
That's a devastating
I think it
instruction
is,
for
Your Honor. I
Hurd's
mean, it can't be
counterclaim.
the case that anytime there's an alleged death, this is why this doesn't come up often, because this just isn't given. If it were appropriate here, every time there's a defamation case, this would be an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case, who say,
So-
well, all I said, I was responding to something that was said before.
So
Yeah.
all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements. That's why this should be given? That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
Well, I think
You gave me evidence of agency, but that's just agency. Do you have any evidence that of self-defense, that he actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence
directly
at
in
least that he's
response to it.
so it's agency. He's an attorney who was retained in connection with this litigation and the UK litigation.
That doesn't automatically give you self-defense, though, a privilege of self-defense.
Just say they're
That's-
direct
that's-
responses
You have
to
to make
allegations
them,
that were
I have
made.
to have some evidence that the statements were made in response to the direct accusations of
There
this.
you go.
And just some evidence,
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
not the statements themselves, but is there any other evidence?
They're made in a
The
publication
statements fairly
about
arose in
the incident.
response to Ms. Heard's accusation.
Come on, buddy. You
Did
can do it.
anybody testify that he made these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
Doesn't have to be responsible for the whisper.
All right.
Your Honor, just one small point there. There's no requirement that it be in response to the op-ed in particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Walden's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he
He
believed
has a
those
stack of
allegations
perjury
to be
papers.
false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that, in fact, I think.
That he was responding to, so if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's.
Well,
your case is
that's very
separate from the
murky.
op-ed.
Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case. You take it
Op-ed
as
is not
as a
related to the
separate
counterclaim.
case, their claim and then your counterclaim. So your counterclaim is
you.
a separate standalone case, right?
Okay.
So
Yes.
the standalone case.
Well, what?
Your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed. So they're saying in defense of your case, that's why this comes in.
But he
But-
couldn't
but-
have
but-
made the statements in defense of our case because these are the basis for our case. So what he had to have been, what was he responding to if it wasn't the op-ed? And if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky
He's
ground
offering a
because
defense
there's
in your
plus,
case.
Your Honor, couple points. To your point, there's been no testimony that he made these in self-defense to anything. Two,
Wrong.
the defense doesn't
The
apply.
Elaine objection.
This
He brought a
is-
stack of perjury
Well,
papers.
it doesn't, this is under the
to the
Haycock's
police.
case, 1958. It doesn't apply if we prove malice. So it has to be made in good faith and without malice. So it's coextensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. So if the malice inquiry incorporates this, this is the,
Good luck finding malice.
let's see, 200 Virginia 212, Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn. And it looks like on page 231, they're discussing a Massachusetts case and that says, statements made in an honest endeavor to vindicate one's character or to protect one's interests are usually regarded as qualifiedly privileged, even though they are false, if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this.
Okay,
and
guys, I'm going to go ahead.
In addition, I don't need to remind the court, but for the record,
I appreciate y'all. I hope you have a fantastic day. Thank you for being with me. I'll wrap this stream up right now. Appreciate you all. Thanks for joining me. And we'll see you tomorrow for closing arguments. Y'all take care.